G'day, legends. Let the stream stabilize. Oh no. The fuck off sign's fucked. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. That's bullshit. Sick of things not working. Oh wait. No, I plugged something else in. Never mind. Bing! Oh, that's good. Get out of the way, light. Ugh. God, being a YouTube star's painful. What's going on, legends? We all here? Davo! How you going, fella? Gringo Pig, Mark, BC, Electronics, Robbie F, Mark, the other Mark, Hal. Oh, Robbie, all crews here. Gary, new member, I see. Legend. So, what's going on? I'm sure you all saw the Steve-O. How you going, legend? Just sold one of your 5-string basses. So, you probably saw the community post about poor little Tanny boy. Literally water was dripping from it. It was submerged for probably a good 20 minutes. Fully submerged. And sometimes it turns on, sometimes it doesn't. But it looks like it's actually coming back to life. Believe it or not. This lens wasn't on it. That lens is fine. So slowly, like function by function, everything seems to be coming back. The autofocus is working. It's videoing. I haven't tested the audio yet, but I put it in the oven. You'll see, because I did a video. I put it in the oven for like 2 days. Took all everything out of it, the card, the battery, and just baked it in the oven. You know, you've got your thermostat on the oven, where you turn it on till it just clicks, like just the thermostat turns on, and then turn it up a little bit till it turns off. Turn it down a little bit so it turns off, and that sits at about 40 degrees Celsius in my oven anyway. Your results may vary. But that's what I use to dry chilies. And I just leave them in there on a perforated tray for like days. And the thing just sits at like 45 degrees, something like that, for ages. And that dries me chilies out when I grow them in the backyard. And then I can crush them up and got chili powder. Even though chili powder is like one of the cheapest condiments that it's possible to buy, there's something cool about making your own stuff. So anyway, I set the oven to that, put all the camera gear in there, the 9mm lens, which is here. And it's all come back to life. The lens is relatively clear, and you got to remember it was river water, but the river was remarkably clear. However, there will definitely be, you know, bacteria and stuff in there now, which will probably turn to mold in the future. And we'll keep it as dry as we can, but having the mold spores definitely in there means, you know, not going to be trusting this lens long term. But this lens wasn't on the camera. If it was, it'd probably be okay, because that's weather sealed. It's got a lip around there. And the lens that was on the camera, this one, is okay too. And that puzzles me, because there was no water in this at all, and that's got the weather seal. But this was fully submerged for like 20 minutes, and there's not a hint of water in it. So, I guess Panny Boy, what I'm saying is Panny Boy's weather sealing is the real deal. And there was no water in the sensor area. That was bone dry. the water all came out of, like, the battery. Oh, this is the wrong camera. That wasn't underwater. This one, this one was. So the water must have ingressed through just all the joins in the body and through like the SD card slot, which has some vague sealing around it, but not really. Nothing too hectic. I think the GH5s has got a little bit more of a rubber lip around it, but point being, might be able to ride this one out with the old G85. She's reliably turning on every time now. White balance is working, autofocus is working. Doesn't have a memory card in there at the moment because I wanted to take that out. Assumed it was may get corrupted if the thing shuts down halfway. So I'll be damned. Let's see how she goes. You know, nothing to lose, eh? Worst comes to worst, I got Penny Boy 2 over there to fill in its shoes. So I've just got both here at the moment in case one shits the bed. Got the problem with this one is because it's the GH5s, it's designed for video, which is great, but it's got no stabilization in the body. So I need to use the OIS lenses. But I find that when you're doing a smooth pan, handheld, or even on the tripod, it's jerky. It not beef, but it tries to fight you and it's not smooth. Whereas the Penny Boy with the stabilization in the body, the G85 and the non-stabilized lens, even when the stabilization's on, it gives a nice smooth pan. It's like the body's more intelligent than the lens stab. But anyway, I was tempting to get rid of it all and go for an A6700, but I'm hearing that they've got some issues with overheating. You can get a little dodgy fan to fit on the back, but it's a bit shit, isn't it? So then do you spend the extra money and get a FX30? Then if you're getting an FX30, you're spending like almost $3,000 on a body. Yeah, you'd expect to spend $3,000 to get a body buried, not to buy a camera body. So then you'd be afraid to take it anywhere, wouldn't you? So I think there's still a role for Micro Four Thirds and Penny Boys. And it's in having a camera that I can drag everywhere and not be worried about it. Because it sucks when you got something going on and you end up with your stupid phone and your shitty phone camera. Because you're afraid to take any of your friggin' cameras anywhere. What's the point of fucking having them if you don't take them anywhere? That's my school of thought anyway. Now, because I'm trying to do the live stream segments. I've got to remind myself though. So then I can chop them up into individual videos. Less time, more videos. And for those with ADD, ADHD, you don't have to sit through my shit talking. It's that time again, champions. Featured book time. So we've got Bob Cordell's Designing Audio Power Amplifiers. Now I believe this is one of those books where you order it and like Booktopia or whatever print it up for you on the spot. Looking a bit dull there, aren't we? So yeah, this overhead cam's fucking up too. It's not long for this world. I've ordered a second-hand replacement. Panty Boys. Jesus, Scotty. That's a Freudian slip. So, although it's called Designing Audio Power Amplifiers, you get a lot out of it, even if you're not a power amplifier designer. So, let's look at the chapters. The main reason I got it was to familiarize myself with the architecture of all the different types of amps. So when I look at an amplifier, I can say, okay, that's the VAS deferens, the voltage amplifier stage. That's the complementary input pair. That's the output stage. That's the output driver stage. That looks like a feedback network. That looks like a Zobel network. That looks like a protection circuit. That looks like a comparator that measures DC offset on the output stage and drives the protection circuit. Blah, 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 blah. So it essentially, if you're unfamiliar with the architecture of the circuit you're looking at, well, you're flying blind. You're just testing random shit. Now, everyone says, oh, you're a genius, you fix shit. I couldn't do that. Yeah, you can. You got to break down the blocks. I'm really not smart, but breaking down the blocks enables me to fix shit regardless of my low IQ. So recognizing what blocks you're looking at makes it easier for a dumbass like me to fix an amp. So starting from the start, you've got basic performance specs, the role of the power amplifier, basic amplifier topology. Now this is where it gets interesting. So essentially what he starts doing, and I like the way he's done this, is he starts off, you know, he's got the, what was the Mr. Men dude? Mr. Fast or something? The triangle one with legs. Line level source gain 20 to 38 ohm loudspeaker. Essentially that's the, you know, building block of the whole system. Then he starts introducing things like, oh, you've got the impedance to worry about. Okay. And then he starts showing you the absolute essentials to amplify for you know, for our applications. So that will not work, but you know, if you fill in the gaps, it will. And he starts to show the performance shortcomings of the simple amps. And then there's some basic electronics in there, but you're kind of expected to have started with a pretty, you know, not comprehensive, but at least an intermediate electronics knowledge. Goes through common emitter stage, just the basic gain stages, differential amplifier. That's what you see at the input of almost all solid state amps. Emitter follower, push-pull ones anyway. Cascodes, current mirrors, current sources, voltage references, little tricks you can use like using LEDs as voltage references, complementary feedback pair. So then he starts getting the basic model of an amplifier he showed early on. And he starts improving its performance piece by piece and starts making it something that you could actually, you know, have a reliable purpose for. So the amplifier sort of skeleton gets more and more complex and higher performance as the chapters go on. So here you see this recurring circuit, and is showing each improvement as you learn a new concept. He implements it into the circuit and it gets more and more complex, but in a good way, in a way that means its performance is acceptable. And he keeps rebuilding this circuit over and over again. Now, yeah, there's very big differences, but essentially you're looking at the output stage of a, well, you're looking at the whole power amplifier, but none of the protection so far. Amplifier with 2 output pairs to lower the drive impedance. Runs over the considerations with respect to like distortion and impedance. Scaling up the amp for higher power, so you can see all the parallel stages there and all the caveats with that. So building an amplifier. This is where you put into play all the stuff you've learned in the previous 90 pages, and you actually build an amp. Now you could run this on just like perf board or something, or you could run a circuit board. It would be cool if you did like a, similar to electronics, Art of Electronics, if you did like a student manual, maybe offered some PCBs along with it. You could build the amp and measure its performance and all of that kind of stuff. Short circuit protection. So now we're getting into the protection circuitry, which I think is required in an amplifier. The problem is a lot of the most reliable amps in the world, like the Gallian-Krugers and stuff, have like 0 protection. You just got to baby them, but if anything goes wrong, half your amp turns to smoke. So this is showing how you can have all your different inputs on a protection circuitry, offset measurement, temp measurement with an LM35 there, thermometer. And all of that feeds in and ultimately controls the speaker relay. So it'll cut off the speakers and light up your little red LED there on the front panel to show that something's gone wrong. He goes into the power amplifier, grounding schemes, grounding architecture, I should say. That's what he named it. All the different tests. So when you first fire up your amp, testing the amplifier. So he actually intends for you to build this amp. And passive initial inspection, passive test, preparation for testing, power supply test, front end test. So he tests all the separate sections independently until the arse clenching moment where you fire the thing up. Test it with no load, small signal test under load, large signal test under load, temperature stability test, capacitive load test, which can be where a lot of amps fall over or oscillate or do all sorts of weird shit, DC offset protection test, short circuit test. So, that's he actually designed an amp rather than just following a schematic and just hoping it works, which is where I was at before I had this book. And then he gets into more and more complex stuff. It doesn't get into theory of filters and stuff. That's kind of what Douglas Self's book's for. But it's a fantastic book if you're doing just service work, not designing anything. There is a PDF version floating around online. However, I don't know about you guys, but I just don't respond well to reading a computer screen. I think my brain only really takes stuff in when I've got a hard copy book. I don't know what that says about me. So he goes into different output stage designs, MOSFET output stages, which can be a bit of a mystery sometimes. The lateral versus vertical MOSFETs, that kind of thing. Vertical MOSFETs are kind of on the way out. So he shows you how to use lateral ones properly. There's no reason you can't. You just need to set the amp up for it, which is going to be the way that we're going to have to repair anything with vertical MOSFETs from now on. We're going to have to adapt them to use lateral because the verticals are either prohibitively expensive or just completely unavailable. There is a company called Exicon which makes good quality ones I've used in the past to replace the I think it was the Mesa Boogie Subway bass and a few other amps, mainly bass amps, from the 90s, 80s and 90s when the verticals were, common as mud. Then you've got to change the circuit to suit the lateral MOSFETs. Goes into the power supplies, different ways to get your various rails and your auxiliary rails, that kind of thing. Switch mode supplies. It actually goes quite a bit into switch modes here, which was interesting. I guess because in solid state amps these days, the power supply and the amp work in tandem, and it goes into the different amp classes, which is a good little what am I trying to say? Mystery solver? I don't know. I can't think. It's been a hectic month. Gets into simulation and analysis using Spice, which is a lot easier to simulate solid state stuff than it is Valve. The models of Valve stuff isn't fantastic at the moment. The negative feedback controversy. So it does touch on the bullshit, just misinformation bred by the audiophile dickheads. Oh, you can't have negative feedback, it's less pure, or some equally asinine bullshit. So it touches on that, but it doesn't delve into the, it doesn't feed the trolls. It doesn't give them enough respect to really dig into their half-baked theories, but it just shows you why they're bullshit, which is cool. Microcomputers. So it's talking about having amp control with a microcontroller, which is pretty cool, but it just basically goes into the concept. In Class D audio amplifiers, it runs you through the different types. A half bridge and full bridge output stages, which is handy. Bridge tied load designs, which is the first time you blow up your oscilloscope and an amplifier by attaching the ground of a scope lead to your negative speaker output. You quickly learn what a bridge tied load is. You don't forget that lesson quickly. Class D design issues. I wish more manufacturers would read this chapter. Things like shoot through, which they don't seem to think is a thing. Yeah, fantastic book. I recommend it for anyone working on solid state amplifiers of any type, but primarily the higher power ones like the PA amps and bass amps, sort of the 100 watt plus stuff where things can go awry before you even realize it and everything turns to its elemental particles. Right, we've got a lot to diagnose. Champions, the storeroom's full again. Yesterday it was, I don't know what yesterday was. It was busy. I had about 50 phone calls and customers and inquiries and just constant questions all day. It was extremely draining. I'm starting to think I'm a introvert in denial. Alright, what are we going to work on? Let's work on something bright and colourful because, you know, I'm that kind of guy, aren't I? So this one's just brought in for a service, but I just want to have a look up at skirt. It's very light. It's a Tone King Imperial. And it sounds fantastic. There you go. Give it a hug. Tone King Imperial. So Tone King used to be run by Mark Bartel, I believe. And now I'm not sure. Dave probably knows more than me, but well, of course he does. But I don't think Mark's involved with them anymore. But they are manufactured by Boutique Amp Distribution. And everyone I've had so far has sounded awesome, like well above average, and been built really well. So let's see if this one's the same. Let me just see who's pottering around outside. I'm hearing activity. No, nothing. There is a building site next door, but I didn't expect them to work Saturdays. So how is everyone? While I'm unscrewing things. Magical smoke and unicorn parts. What issues are you having, Mark? Are you talking about health? I'm going to lose the cup washer. Does smell like tobacco cigarettes, which isn't great. If you think about like what it takes for an amp to smell like smokes, imagine what the rest of the house smells like. I never understood people that smoke indoors. It's gross. It's basically just a fuck you to everyone that you have over from that point forwards. One of my exes used to smoke in bed. It's disgusting. That's why she's an ex. One of many reasons. I heard about the auroras around the planet, even up at Kitsumba, which is just 40 minutes drive from my place. They were getting good photos of it over the mountains. What's going on? Is it a solar storm, I guess? So this one sounded like their nod to like a deluxe reverb. Sounded awesome. Good driver. It's got a just an Eminence. You can tell by the mark of the beast, the sticker on it, on the magnet. Tone King 33. So I guess, I don't know. Do they just get... That'd be an OEM one. It's got the OEM codes on it. It don't mean much to me. Yeah, I wonder how you commission a custom Eminence driver. Do you just say, I want it like that one but more of this, or I want it like that one but less of this? Don't know. Take a quick photo of the reverb cables. It's just quicker than writing anything down. It could be ambiguous. Ambiguity. Oh, that shutter sounds nicer than the G85. So it should. G4 Solar Storm. Okay. What's G4 mean, Wes? I still have flashbacks of being hotboxed by dual smoking parents on car trips. That is fucking gross, man. Like, even back then, that's fucked up. Especially when it's like cold weather and they shut you in. That's like, even when I did have the occasional smoke, I still wanted the smoke to go away. I didn't want to sit in it. Like, people are disgusting. Sorry about your parents there. Like, I didn't mean to disparage your parents, but that's fucked up. That's illegal now, isn't it? Driving around smoking with your kids in the car. So it should be. It's like a G6, but somewhat less impressive. Okay, I'm going to get a Seriactive load IR for the shop for testing ultra mega loud amps. Good. And as for the not selling the model thing, Lyle, I think you're being overly fucking concerned there. I think you should have a Patreon where you get access to some of your models, at least different tiers maybe. So you're not selling them per se, but it's a perk of joining your Patreon. Now I know why you don't own any amps. You got access to every amp that's been on your bench. As far as the modeler will allow anyway. Dunno. I've never had my skirt blown up by any modeler. They always sound thin and just, I don't know, oversaturated or undersaturated, or you can hear every individual clip. They're just, don't know. I've never heard one, even the ones that people rave about that sound awesome. G stands for geomagnetic storm. Okay, so it's not so much a solar storm. It's a geomagnetic storm, which means it's just a bit of a gap in the old magnetic field, eh? Let some angry pixies through. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where's? Both your parents were 6-pack a day. 6-pack a day. Is that correct? So 6 packs of smokes a day. How do these people... Oh, I just don't get it. Anyway, moving on. Like, how could you taste anything? Like, you would stink. People wouldn't want to stand near you. People would be, like, openly disgusted to be in your presence. Fuck, this thing's jammed in there. Oh, come on. Don't give me a fight before I've even fucking opened you. Looks like it's been put in there with wet paint. So now it's stuck to the... Yep. Alright, let's let go now. So it's like a 12mm ply cabinet, which makes it very light and makes it very resonant. It also makes it a little bit flimsy. However, it looks like they've done the joins really well. Come on. Gently, gently. Buy me a Bentley. So it's got a felt, strip of felt, which is supposed to stop the chassis from resonating, I guess. Ah, and we're out. Solar geomagnetic storm, solar wind and particulates go way up, but it doesn't necessarily include a coronal mass injection. Everybody smelled like ashtrays back then. Yeah, and you still do. I did not miss the smoking era. I remember being at a local Chinese restaurant, which still looks identical to when I was a toddler. Like, literally the same boxes are sitting in the same corner. It's fucking hilarious how the same it is. But the bloke... I've had mates who have worked there with him, and he smokes while he's cooking. And, like, bits of ash and shit fall into the food, and he reckons it's, like, extra flavour. It's not going to hurt anyone, but, like, it's just gross. But, yeah, they used to have a smoking area, and it was literally just over there in the corner. There's, like, 4 tables that are non-smoking, but, like, right next to them, there's tables that are smoking. The theory was, oh, the air conditioning unit's up there, so it should blow the smoke that way. But the air conditioning units have an intake too, so it also sucks air in. But it was a different time, bro. It was a different time. So, what do we got up top? Looks like classic tone trannies, maybe? Maybe? OEM. Made in US. Of A. We've got electro harmonics all around. 5 AR4. And 2 6v6s, and what suspiciously looks like deluxe reverb topology. However, you'll notice it's only got 5 novel valves, whereas deluxe reverb has 6. But this has all the same features. The only thing it doesn't have is 2 inputs. So maybe... I don't know, but maybe they're sharing a couple of stages between the 2 channels. Or maybe they're doing like solid state oscillator for the trem. Don't know. We'll soon find out, won't we? Old Spice. That's another thing I'm glad is sort of not really a thing anymore. Some customers come into the shop with so much cologne on, and they leave their guitar here, and the guitar smells like them, the bag or whatever, and it makes the storeroom smell like the person. It's, I don't know, some people just don't really have a sense of smell, I think, and they just don't realise how hectic what they're doing is. Well, there's one guy that must burn incense in his house all day, so all his gear just smells like the old dupe sticks or whatever you call them, the Nad Chomper, the Nag Champer. I don't know. And the solution to dead taste buds and smoking was more salt. Yeah, so you're already at risk of you know, cardiac arrest and heart disease. Let's throw in clogging your arteries with sodium in the process. No wonder people used to look like 100 when they were 50, and now they just look like they're 20 when they're 50. Aging's really changed. Oh, we've got a metal shield there. Suppose that's one way of doing it, instead of doing the foil on the top of the cab, which is always a bit of a pain in the ass. I'll put that up there. I'll put that over there because I don't really trust you yet, Penny boy. You gotta earn your stripes again. Put you over there. That way I can put my screwdrivers up there. And yeah, do some work. I took my dad to a really high-ended steakhouse once, and he ordered a chopped sirloin. Well done. Yeah, Lyle doesn't like sirloin. I got the best tri-tip rump for the camping trip. I'll run you through the camping trip and why the camera's fucked in a moment, but got the best tri-tip. Marvel score 8 to 9. I think it was 2 kilograms. Oh, this is a Mark Bartel one. Oh, okay, cool. Well, there you go. The more you know. Thanks, Dave. I've not seen many Tone Kings. I've just seen a couple of Gremlins. Something else, I forget the name. So this was Bartel before he was doing like Lamborghinis, like Bentleys, I guess. This is when he was doing like, I don't know what, Corvettes. In my opinion, Mark does amazing work. Actually, last night I saw, and I don't know, it was a Facebook short, some fuckhead in India is trying to take credit for his work. They're showing photos and saying that he built the amp, and you can tell from a mile away it's a Bartel. And some fuckwit in India is like, thanks, you know, I built this amp, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's so good, and he's like, thank you. Fucking jerk-offs. The internet's so useless these days. It's only little corners like over here that are worth going to, eh, champions? Come on. Alrighty then. So this looks similar to the layout on the Gremlin that I had. Yeah. It looks like this is pretty much how I do these things. A few differences. So essentially when I'm laying out, because I'm a bit of a dumbass, I'm not great at PCB layout, but the most logical way I could think of doing it is try and do things like have all your power lines going this way, and then all your signal lines going this way. Well, you know, you've got to make stuff go both ways, but as a general rule, because that makes your layout a lot easier if you've got on one side of the board the majority of your traces going this way, and then on the other side the majority going that way, because you can't have both on one side. So it looks like here primarily is power lines, like the voltage supply lines and whatnot are going, and the ground buses are going this way, and it looks like all is let's zoom in, we have the power. She's behaving herself today. It's like the cameras know when there's another one on the way, and they go, oh, I'll be good. And you'll notice down here the pot connections don't go anywhere. Like there's no connection to the pads, so that means the connections are on the other side, and they all likely go this way, or mostly anyway. Mostly. They come out at night, mostly. So you're using Mallory's all around. That's what I'd use. Using Sprague, I wouldn't use them, but whatever, they're still good. And the old Vichy, so no IC caps in here. There's some suspiciously Lelon looking, Zycon looking bypass caps there. Pretty oversized, 100 volt bypass. And he's got his little standoffs there, and cable management's always pristine with Mark's work. You got a FET over here, so is that must be the trem, because that's all connected to the trem oscillator. Thanks, Newt. Yeah, that's all right. So yeah, what we suspected is the case. Solid state tremolo with a IRF 40A MOSFET driving it. Got two relays because it is channel switching with only one input. You've got a big 250 ohm there, which is connected to pin 8, so that's your, so it must be a cathode biased output stage. All the soldering's done nicely. There's nothing to fault. It's not here for repair, it's just here for a check over. The one thing that has been occurring, which isn't Mark's fault, but the customer did report, is the pilot light's intermittent, but that's because of these things that Fender uses. They it's like they don't press them tight enough. You can turn the terminals really easily and they get loose. Sometimes you can retension them, but often you just got to replace the thing. Can't really solder it either because it's got the moving springy bit. So we could probably trace this out, but chances are there's a schematic floating around anyway, but we don't really need to because there's no fault with it. The only problem I've had with, so he's using circuit board mounted Beltons, sorry, but they're the ones with the screw mount and the shield. And he's screw fixed it to the PCB. You got a screw here. Let's get this shield out of the way. Penny boy's behaving itself. Yeah, I read that today, Gooden. The girl who played Newt in Aliens never acted in another movie. She became a teacher in California. She's only like, well, yeah, she's a little bit older than me. Or what? What was the movie? 86? I was born in 84, and she must have been like 7 or 8 or something in the movie, I guess. So it must be like 50. $45-ish. Sorry about sniffing. I've had a bit of a chest thing, throat thing as well. So you got screws going through. You got the plain standoffs, just the alley tubes for the shield. So back to the valve sockets. So these are Beltons that are circuit board mounted, but still have the shroud on them. You just put a screw in here, which is connected to a ground bus, because you can see that goes up to the input ground up here. So that ensures that the shields are grounded. However, they are not fixed to the chassis at all. They're only fixed to the board. But the board is like 2.5 mil thick. It's like as thick as a turret board. So that's when you can rely on the board for a bit of mechanical, how's your father? Whereas you shouldn't be doing that with the 1.6, but a lot of manufacturers do, and it leads to problems. So yeah, we're learning some lessons here, champions. How to build an amp. Thank you, Mark. So it looks like metal films all around. Metal oxides in some places. But one thing you'll notice, despite this being a fantastic sounding amp, no fucking carbon comps. You don't need them, bro. All these cloners that use fucking fiberboard and carbon comps that are drifted by like 20% before you even use them. They're a waste of time, and it's just Instagram bullshit. This is how you build an amp, champions. This is how you build an amp. Don't just clone. Don't just make it look like a 50s one. Make it better. More reliable. Like all those, a lot of my mates in the States, particularly with you guys having so much wet weather over there. The Victoria, I keep getting mixed up with Victory. Victory are the lunchbox high gain things, and Victoria are the Fender clones. What the fuck? Is the dude doing fucking wheelies or something out the front? I'm just jealous. Give me a motorcycle. I'll let you live. We're talking about food. Are there any Novel socket adapters available which make it possible to measure 12AX7, etc. pin voltages without need to go under the chassis? Nope. Suppose you could make one though. I mean, all it would take is a socket and sorry. What am I trying to say? A plug and a socket. So I made these a while back because I thought I might sell them, but then I'm thinking there's too much liability there. These things are, sometimes you got to use them, like the lunchbox heads from Hughes and Kettner, for example. But I made these little adapters. You can see there. Got my logo. Got to advertise, champs. So these are little pins that you buy individually. And I've made little round circuit boards that take a standard socket. And then they're just like bias monitors. They've got a they break the connection in the anode for an EL84. So you can use them to measure the current in the output, well, the plate current directly by intercepting those pins, and everything else just passes through. So there's no reason you couldn't make one of them that just has a fly-off probe for whatever lead you want. And just made it as small as I could. I could probably make that smaller now. Maybe not. I'll show you the circuit boards anyway. So yeah, I primarily made them for repairing the Grandmeister piles of shit. Well, they're not piles of shit, but they're just silly amps, kind of silly, kind of sorta. Try and fit too much into a tiny little box. So there's the boards. I guess you could call them boards. You see, I made them as small as I could, given the pin layout, but I could probably squeeze those holes in a little bit more. And that just breaks pin 7. Very close to pin 8, but we're not using it long term. It's just for testing. There's kind of no way around that. And then that inner circle is just the diameter of a valve pin. And then I use those pins. The holes are just big enough to squeeze them in, and then solder them, sweat them in. That's the parts there. Part number from DigiKey. And that fits perfectly in a valve socket then, and the amp just thinks it's talking to the valve. But you're tapping into the anode to determine the anode current. That's a naked one. Just fits the ceramic piles of shit. You can fit Beltons in there too if you want. And that's the diameter, as you can see. Reaches for a dual triode. Does not find one. Mallard. Wellard. You can see there they correspond. So they are handy. I barely use them. There's only very few amps that have very limited access where you need to monitor it from the actual valve socket instead of, you know, measuring across the output transformer. But they're good to have in a little box. The PCBs are available on the website, as well as I think I might have taken the bias probes down because I was worried about people hurting themselves and not knowing what they're doing. So I'll take a few photos of that and I'll set it aside for testing later. Because basically we're just doing a service, test and service, and just taking measurements. And get a pretty Instagram pic. Gonna set the ratio to 1:1 because social media is dumb. Get the bokeh. Framing. Bam. Social media star. I made octal extenders myself, but Noble is much more difficult. Yes, that's what I found. For the octals, you can just use a long pin PCB socket like the ones Fender use in the Hot Rod Blues series with the 6L6s, and you just put them into one of those valve bases that you can buy. I did have them somewhere too. I think I might have put them away, given them to someone. Let's have a wee look. So drained after yesterday. I don't really feel like doing any work. I just want to sit here and talk shit, but I've got so much to get through. See, we had about 50 inquiries yesterday, just yesterday. I put a precision base on the bench at 6 a.m. Then I started answering emails and messages, inquiries, and website contact form inquiries. Then before I know it, it's 9 o'clock, and then it's time to open. And from the moment that I opened, I didn't have time to scratch my ass. And then before I know it, it's 6 p.m, 5 p.m, and I'm back on that base. So I literally got no work done. You know, this is very frustrating. I don't know how to get around this, but say, and this happens all the time, say a customer's like, oh, I need to know when it's ready. And you're like, oh, fuck, okay, it's Monday. You go, all right, Thursday after midday. And they're like, yeah, okay, cool. And then you get to it on, like, I don't know, Wednesday. And then you have a day like that and you don't get anything done. And then, I don't know, you got to put your car in for a service, or some unforeseen thing happens, and then they just rock up, even though you tell them, you know, only come to pick it up once you receive the email. Otherwise, it's not ready. I guarantee that the device is not ready unless you've received an email invoice, and then you know it's ready. But they rock up anyway. Oh, you said it would be done. And it's like, literally, you haven't had 5 fucking spare seconds to yourself since you last talked to them, even though that was 3 days ago. That happens all the time. Time just evaporates, and then before you know it, you're staring at the dude and feeling like a dickhead because you've told him it would be ready and it's not. So then you drop everything and you do his thing. You say, look, go grab something for lunch. I'll have it ready in an hour. And then you drop everything, do their job, and then the other person who you were supposed to have the job ready for that you dropped to do his one rocks up, and their job's not ready either. So now you got 2 angry people standing in the shop staring at you while you're trying to concentrate on work. Fucking nightmare. Geez, the garage days were much simpler, eh? It's just disappear into a blissful little tech cave and just emerge with a fixed device once you've done it. Anyway, so I'll put that aside. I'd love to give you a listen, but I kind of want to do it with the finished cab, so I might do a video on that one if I have time. So what was I doing? Yeah, the way you monitor the current in an octal valve socket. So if you had to, which I've kind of never had an application for, I'd always just use the output transformer DC resistance trick, so you don't need to attach anything to the amp, just measure the existing infrastructure if you've got access to it. Just get yourself some of these valve sockets. You can get them from CE Distribution or whatever the retail outlet of that is, and then here's the Beltons, the long leads. Sort of straighten them up a bit, and then you can make sure you align the keyway. Boom. You solder them in there. The leads almost make it to the bottom, and because they're hollow, you can bleed some solder in there until she won't take no more, Captain. But you're not getting it apart once you do that, because well, unless you've got a desolder gun or you heat the whole thing. But yeah, that way, if you want to break your connection in there, you can just cut the pin off, drill a hole in the side, run one wire into the socket down there, and wrap one wire around the relevant pin. So you could basically make your DIY version of the ridiculously expensive Euro tubes bias probes. I've had these for, I don't know, 10 years. I'm not a fan of those sockets, but they just silicon them in, or Probably epoxy actually. That works too. If you're not confident making them yourselves, I just think that's a good way of doing it with just off-the-shelf bits. And I use this high-voltage silicon stuff, which is meant for multimeters. Good test lead stuff. It's really, really flexible. Doesn't have any memory to it. And it's rated at 1000 volts, I think. And it's got silicon on the outside. And you can wrap it around your solder lead, soldering iron, and it doesn't melt. So that's good for the bias probes, because if they're inadvertently touching one of the neighboring valves, it won't melt the jacket. Good stuff. Should make and sell them too, the bias probes. I mean, Euro tubes are charging like, and these things aren't fucking safe. Like, they should have the proper, multimeter probe ends, the shrouded ones. When I say that, I mean, where's my multimeter? Oh fuck, I left it in the car. Just grab one of the others. Yeah, it should have a proper shroud on there like that, because you're using it on a multimeter, and all of them have the recessed safety thing, but they've just used your standard. So like if you unplug that from the multimeter, because these break the connection to the anode, that's got full plate voltage on one of them. Not very safe, but they seem to not have any issues with liability. So if I made safer ones with the leads that don't melt, the better plugs, the higher temp, the thicker gauge wire, and less of a chintzy arrangement here, because they break inside there all the time. Maybe I could charge $80 each for them too. But yeah, you just don't need it, champions. Just measure the resistance across the output transformer. Do a bit of math. Everyone's afraid of math. I get it. It's scary. You guys call it math, don't you? You don't call it maths like we do. So another trick to avoid is ordering from CE Distribution, or whatever the fuck their retail outlet is. Just look carefully that you're actually buying a Belton, because I bought some of these. I thought they were Beltons because the photo looked like a Belton. The white balance is a bit off on this, so that actually looks brown like a Belton, but it's actually like a deep maroon colour, like slightly red. So they're like wannabe Beltons. They're probably fine, but I don't know. I just don't trust them. I wanted Beltons, damn it. There was one time early on in my career, like 6 months ago, that I got some sockets from somewhere. I think it was ceramic sockets from Ivatco. And all the pin numbers were off by one. And it wasn't like ambiguous. It was like, 7 and there's the pin. It was all off by one. Like it was like, I think it was backwards one way. So pin 1 was like on the right side of the keyway. That was interesting. Took me a second. Now I would spot that straight away, but I sent them an email and they're like, oh shit, yeah, right, you're right. So they went and removed all of them that they had in stock. I wonder if I got one floating around here. Maybe I got rid of them too. But yeah, you can imagine selling kits or something with them, and everyone's wiring up their valves off by one pin. The old off by one error. Alright, let's get some job sheets out. Let's get our shit sorted. Let's get our poop in a group. Try not to dox anyone. G'day Victor, how you going, champ? G'day Jim. G'day everyone if I haven't seen you. There's a guy from Bulgaria selling a probe set 56 US. That's like $80, switches between plate current and plate voltage. Yeah, there's no... You can measure the plate voltage directly off those probes that I just showed you. It just shows you the plate supply on the meter. What I usually did was use these piggyback probes. So you put them in another meter. Oh, and then I'm doxing people. You put them in another meter, and you put the plate into that. So one of the meters is testing voltage, the other one's testing current. And you have 1 meter just monitoring the plate voltage and 2 meters monitoring each side if it's push-pull. If you don't have backups, you're not much of a pro. Exactly, but the neediest guys around here aren't pros. They're all amateurs. The pros know the game, and they know that it takes time to do shit. It's the blues lawyers and the blues dentists that want everything yesterday, that they just torture their family with their three songs that they know half of. Alright, Tone King, Imperial, service only. That's a guitar, so I don't care. That's a guitar. Oh, Rickenbacker. Fucking hate Rickenbackers. US Strat, truss rod failure. Yay. Parker Fly, 3 missing frets. Yay. They don't have fret tangs. Electric guitar, made for HSC. Oh, I'm not putting that on film. Don't want to put that on film. Bogner Uberschall, sounding underpowered. Change 12AX7, phase inverter. Made a little better, but not much. Ugh. FX loop return jack intermittent. Well, that's probably what it is. Input jack intermittent. Alright, we dig into a Bogner. Rivera Knucklehead, not fully changing channels. Changes with percussive maintenance. Cannot recreate fault reliably. Happened once at first switch on only. Yay, intermittent problems. Rev. Lyle was talking about rev heads on the last live stream I watched yesterday. Said he's never seen one. So do we want to look at a rev first? Because that one's been here a little while. Rev the generator. Routine service. Seems noisy. Well, yeah, it's high gain head. 4 to 5 years used without service. No major issues. Pick up on 10th of the 8th. Sorry. Oh, no, that's right. He dropped it off and then I couldn't do it in time, so he picked it up and he dropped it off again. Okay, I remember now. Messer Mark III head. Not serviced for 3 years. Last buy. Insert tech name here. Power cord coming off. Channel 2 volume knob mod. Was DI out. Okay, so it's got a mod. Yay. Also done by previously named tech. Alright, so we might look at the rev. Well, those 4. JVM 410 head. General service. No major issues. Check foot pedal 2. Ring when ready. Okay. Let's check that one first. Get that one out of the way. That's just one customer down. Olympus PAM. Ooh, did I take that in? An NS10Ms wants a sweep response. I could get Dad to do that with the ARTA system. I should have done that last time when he was here. Deluxe reverb reissue. That was the one with the failed valves. I've got to send an email to Tube Amp Doctor and get them to replace all the valves that have failed, which is now at about a dozen. 6L6 and 6V6. Marshall Jubilee, power light coming and going. Still producing output. General service, 2 years old. Alright, let's do the Marshalls. I'm in a Marshall mood. Are you boys in a Marshall mood? Engle, Steve Morse, 100 watt head. Check. Not powering. Okay. No valve lights. Okay. LEDs okay. Alright, so I'm guessing we've got... So a lot of people say no... what am I trying to say? The valves aren't lighting up. But I think I've seen a blown heater twice in 10 years. It's almost always the heater supply that's failed on the board. Or just the fact that that particular valve doesn't have much heater element visible from the end of the cathode, so they don't look clearly lit up. Some people have like one of the amps with the woo-woo LEDs on every valve, and then they get an actual amp that doesn't have all that bullshit, and they think they're not working because they think they're supposed to light up like they do with an LED on it. tell you what. Congrats. What's this? Oh, you got a Gemino amp, Victor. Nice one. They're very nice amps. I think I've only ever seen one of them. Electric guitar made for the HSC. That would be cool to see, but I understand why you wouldn't want to put it under the... Let's have a quick look. It's a live stream, so chances are no one's watching. We'll have a quick look. I'm just not going to say anything, all right? You just use your eyes. Can't not show it now, can we? We talked about it. Focus. So the HSC is a high school certificate over here for you Yanks. So it's a telly-like object. It's a TLO. You can see the shape's a bit different. Still got orbital sanding marks. Looks like mahogany or sapelli. It's got some orbital sanding marks on the edge too. But yeah, barn caster look, whatever. People do it. Ooh. Bit off there. Mustn't have used a drill press. Just bring that brightness down a touch. There we go. So this is pretty typical. I've had quite a few students bring their builds here. It looks like just wood screws there from the hardware. So you've got to explain to them that you've got to do a bit more groundwork before you dive right in. And like, good on them for diving in. And it's your money, it's your timber. You can do what you want with it. If you're having fun, go for it. But there are ways to make it a really world-class guitar for not much extra effort. So it looks like that was the end of the slab. Because it's just dead straight there. Because you can download the PDFs, what am I trying to say? DXFs for all your standard body shapes, and it's got the routes and everything. You can see. So yeah, that should have been the indicator that something's off. Like, lay this shit down. Lay this shit down before you start drilling. And you can see the D strings aligned with the join rather than the gap in the saddle. So that might be off a bit. The neck pocket's pretty loosey-goosey, and they've got confused over what's supposed to happen here at the neck pocket. So you got this delicate little piece of timber there now. It'll probably break off in the future. Buzz fat and ferrule placement, yeah. So now that's a bit delicate. They've made the neck themselves. Looks like Queensland maple. Profiling leaves a lot to be desired. So it's about as close to rectangular as you'd expect with a slight round over. People get nervous carving a neck. They're worried about taking too much timber off. So you end up with this strange rectangular shaped neck with just like two radiuses either side. And you've got like the alignment of the fretboard varies. So I don't think the timber was it's a nice piece. It's got some nice figuring to it. Definitely Queensland maple, which is what you find the Maiden necks made of. So then we come down to the headstock. Yeah. So there's been a little bit of just misunderstanding of the 3D realm that we live in. I think a lot of this was not carved. It was just shaped on a spindle sander, which makes sense because it's a tool that I almost never use, but the schools love them and they always use them for everything. And they're kind of useless, to be honest. There's very few applications. The only thing I really use them for is making templates that I make other parts out of. You can see there they've got, like, you probably could have just pulled up a photo of a telly and just look where they put them instead of this stuff. You've got the strings strung on the wrong opposite sides to each other. So that would tune up going one way, that would tune up going the other way. And then they've got confused over what happens with the string alignment over here. So all of this could be sussed by just looking at photos on Google or whatever. The truss rod's visible on the end there. It looks like they've used one of those all parts truss rods, like Gibson style single action. So whether or not it works, I don't know. They probably haven't like profiled the channel, so the channel's supposed to be curved. So then when you tighten the truss rod, it tries to go straight and pushes against the curved channel and the curved inlay that you force in there and flush off afterwards before gluing the fretboard on it, and that has the effect of bending the neck backwards. But in this case, if it's just a rod going straight through a straight channel, it's not really going to do much at all. Dunning-Kruger guitar. Yeah, that's a good term there, Ted. So there's guys out there that build these to this quality and ask money for them, and one of the fuckwits has a, I will call him a fuckwit. He seems like a nice enough bloke, but the fact he's taking money for his builds makes him a fuckwit. He's in Sydney somewhere, I think, and he's massive on like Twitch and Instagram. And oh my god, you watch it and it's just, it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It's just like, it puts me in a fight or flight mode watching him work on guitars. He's bashing frets in with claw hammers. He's, you know, just oh, to an OCD fucker like me, that really triggers me, eh? So there's a lot of air under these frets. The radius appears to be a reverse compound, so it's never going to play well. I'm just going to decline this because there's nothing I can do about it. Is my battery going dead? Oh, I didn't plug in the friggin' laptop again. There we go. So the nut's too low. No, the truss rod nut is not accessible at all. No, there's too much timber. The neck's dead straight, even though the truss rod's probably got no tension on it. So probably because everything's tuned down, but the strings are on a massive angle. He's tried to lift the action to stop it buzzing, but the problem's at the other end at the nut. You can see there the saddles are way up, like only hanging on to the last bit of the screw. It's a new Kurungban song. He's got Goto. Goto for the win. So yeah, I don't know what to do about this. I haven't met the bloke yet and delivered it when Shell was here, but there's a gap under the fretboard too. It's just too much to fix. You'd be starting from scratch, building a new guitar from scratch. You can see the profile there, how square it is. It's like a lap steel. Do we want to look at the wiring? No. So let's look at the wiring. Nice bit of Sapelli. Ooh, the other screw was really loose and this one's really tight. Hear that? Okay, why is that stuck? The plate's glued. Okay, that's why it was sticky. Because I can see a glue residue around here. And you can see the haziness on the chrome. That's cyanoacrylate fumes. Ooh. What's going on here? What are we hanging on by? What? The wire's just so short. I can't even lift the... I think it's the jack. So he's probably tightened the jack, and the jack wire's twisted around, and you got a broken wire just hanging around. The jack has probably spun around and he's tried to tighten it without a lock washer, and that's just twisted the wire around the jack and then pulled it so tight that I can't even lift the control panel because the wire's holding the pot back. Warmoth gets you in the ballpark at least. Yeah, I think it's just a challenge, and it seems cool to the average pleb to build a guitar. Not saying this kid is, but like everyone wants to build a guitar until they realise what's actually involved if you're building it from scratch. Like, do you want to invest in 10 grand's worth of templates and hand tools and do it properly, or do you want to just build a kit? In which case, build a kit, because everything's already pre-drilled, pre-shaped. You name it. Alright, so let's just check the frets. Hear that? It's glued tight. And then the thud. That means it's not seated. So yeah, probably it'd need a full refret. But there's also the other issue which I was just about to show you. And that one goes up because it's strung the other way. That got me. Looks cross-eyed. I look cross-eyed. I might get in and pick this up when I'm not at the shop. Because it's happened before and they look at you with their big puppy dog eyes. Oh, isn't there something you can do? Can't you make it a little bit better? Is there something? And you're just like, nope. Sorry. YOLO. I mean, yo. You're on your, yeah, yo-yo. I thought it was yo-yo. Alright, let's see what radius we're dealing with. Wow. Alright, so we're about 6 inches, 7.25, a bit under at that end. They're about the same up that end. A little inconsistent, but actually more consistent than it looked to the naked eye. I thought it might have a bit of a reverse compound happening, like one of the esteemed builders in Melbourne. You know, charged $8,000 for a guitar and it ended up here. The fucking compound radius was going the wrong way, wasn't it? So it played like a dog. And this guy charges $8 for his guitars. Like, this is what I got to deal with, champions. This is why I'm cynical. $8 for a guitar, and he doesn't know how compound radiuses work. Like, suck me off and call me Mary. I don't know. I like making them up. Anyway, my guts feel weird. Maybe I need to cut the stream, go do a poo, and come back. Cole Clark. I was just saying the other day how they're not bad, and then 3 come in with fuck bridges. Because they've got the same issue as Maton, but they're in denial and they aggressively attack me every time I flag it. They send out bots and just fake accounts, and everyone goes, I own 53 Matons and never had a problem. It's like, why'd you have to buy 53 of them then, you fuckhead? Anyway, so this one was brought in for low action. Now, the reason for that is, again, the biggest problem here and worldwide is other technicians. So you might notice there that there's nothing holding the saddle in. Now these two have a pickup. So this is their pickup. This is similar to the Maton pickup, where they have to cut a whole section out of the soundboard. So it weakens the soundboard right where it needs the strength most. And what happens then is, because of the shear action of the strings pulling forwards, it makes the two halves of the soundboard go like this, and the bridge is taking all the strength then, all the strain, torsion, I guess you'd say. So the top warps, and then the bridge lets go. Let's go at the back. It seems like Cole Clark are aware of this, and that's why they put this big ass on the bridge. Don't ask me why they use this fucking pickup. Just use a Fishman. Just cop it and use a fucking Fishman. Right? Don't have to invent everything, champions. So anyway, these guys do it a bit better than Maton, but it relies on the geometry of the bridge to hold the whole fucking soundboard together, essentially. So here's a bridge I got off them. They were kind enough to send me one. Maton fucking hate me now because I just tell the truth about their products, so they won't even talk to me. At least Cole Clark talks to me. What a bunch of legends. Oh, it's got my initials there. B-dubs. So that's the bridge. They put a bit of masking tape there because that's where the saddle goes through. The pickup goes through, sorry. And you can see down there, you've got like a carving and the elements poke through, but you've got some timber down there, about 2 mil minimum. And then you drill and ream them through the soundboard once you've glued it in place. You've got 2 locating pins there, which would correspond to positions on the soundboard where they've CNC machined it. But what happened is someone's taken this bridge off. It's probably come off by itself. And then to get the action lower, it probably just needed a truss rod adjustment. You can't reset the necks on these because it's a Spanish heel, which is another weak spot of the Cole Clarks. As the top changes shape from age, you can't reset the neck. Spanish heel is all one piece. So they've sanded it down, probably on a linisher, but they've sanded it down so far that now you've lost that timber in the bottom there. And that's the only thing holding this pickup in place via those 2 screws. So the pickup has the saddle on top of it. Where'd I put the saddle? I had it there we go. So the saddle sits on top of there, and then those screws hold the whole assembly to the top. And all the string tension is bearing downwards on those 2 screws, holding on by 2 millimeters of timber on there. So I don't know that that's really that good for, sustain and stuff or whatever. It's a moot point, but point being, you can't sand it down that far, and essentially all the timber's fallen through, and now there's nothing holding the strings there. So there's probably damage to the soundboard too, and I think they've used epoxy to glue the bridge on. So we'd have to fully just get the router out and just turn that whole bridge to dust, just route it off, and then scrape off the remainder. Probably damage the lacquer a little bit in the process. We'll try to minimize it, but then we've got to glue the new bridge on. That color there is quite a bit off, but the customer was just happy to get a bridge at all, let alone the actual exact color of the previous one. So yeah, it is a weird design, Neil. Maton do the same thing, and it's just a massive weak spot with these guitars, and I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It's not a good way of doing it. And every time I say that, there's a suspiciously high amount of fresh accounts that come out and just try and slag my video and downvote it. So instead of actually spending their time engineering a proper solution, they choose to just obfuscate and misinform on the internet. Seems to be the way to do business these days. So I probably wouldn't buy a Cole Clark, and I definitely wouldn't buy a Maton. But, for every one that's failed, there's probably 10 out there that are 20 years old and never had an issue. So heat is the main cause. So, touring musicians, sometimes they've got to leave their guitar in the car. At least take your strings off or loosen them. Otherwise, you'll be in a world of hurt, especially if it's your only guitar. I'm tall and can't tolerate a car that forces my head to nearly touch the headliner all the time. My hair gets static. Well, at least you got hair. That's as bad as adjustable bridges. Yes, it is. I had one in my last car, a Subi Forester. I did try. Oh, you were talking about sunroofs? I use a sunroof, and I've got a bloody bald head. The entire roof is tempered glass. They frequently explode in the US. My mate doesn't have a pickup. Well, you know what, Pete? You're not safe, because even the ones that don't have pickups still have the same route. So that's another bad thing. People without the pickup think they're safe, or they're not. Unless you got a CW series or earlier, when they just had a standard piezo strip pickup, which they should have just carried on with. Your top is machined the same as all the others, and they just fish them out of the big pile. So yeah, you've got the same machining and same weak spot. Put a put a one of the mirrors inside and have a look at the underside of the soundboard, and you'll see the big route, the big rectangle routed out, and then you'll know that yours has got the same system but just no pickup installed. If you wanted to, you could probably install a pickup in your one. Just drill the 2 holes either side and put her in, if it's got the routing. If it's a CW or earlier, you'd probably just go with a LR bags. I can fix you up with one of them if you want. If you're Pete from out west, I think you've changed your profile pic. 93 M325. Yeah, that'd have the route for sure. As long as you don't use really heavy strings, you should be right. So, do we want to look at something weird? Ach, me laddie. Who's feeling Scottish? Face plates arrived the other day, Brad. Looking flashy. Nice. Send me the link if you got a photo of it. Or just send me a photo of it and I'll show it on screen if you want to. My wife and I... this is good. My wife and I have been driving Subarus for almost 3 decades. Love them. Great for New England winters, but never with a sunroof. I fit into them quite comfortably. Why don't you just pop your head out through the sunroof, couldn't? You know, you'd be like a tank driver. Yeah, we've got a Subaru Crosstrack, whatever it is, XV. That's Michelle's car. Yeah, it's alright. It's underpowered. We've got the manual version. I hate fucking autos. I wanted to get a Tiguan. One of the new high-speed, high-powered Tiguans. That'd be nice. Did you check out 240 volt brown box? Mate, I've been holding on to the same shit for 3 days because I haven't had time to go and let it out. So, no, I haven't. I don't have very much hair, Brad, but it's something. Well, you know. If you're in your 60s, aren't you, Gooden? Keep talking about how old you are. 60's not bloody old, mate. So do we want to look at something weird, is what I asked. No one answered. Oh, someone said weird is good. Okay, sweet. This should be the first red flag. I feel like I'm going crazy sometimes. And I feel like maybe all the trolls are right. Because every amp, almost, like 99% of amps are shit. It's just, they just are. Like, there's very few amps that are great. You looked at one this morning, the Tone King is great. This one, straight off the bat, just before I even opened it. Well, I haven't opened it, but this is a foot pedal. Look at the plug they chose. And the cable, you can't wrap it up. It holds on to its, you know, shape, twists around like a fucking bit of pasta. And that's expected to survive rock and roll? I don't think so. So, it's the Trotter. So, they've got some fucking... Like, what's this? What's this shit? Is that a pedal power supply? I don't know. It's interesting. Don't get me wrong, but... Hot rod and vintage. Now, they got buttons that I reckon if you trot on, you'd push them through the circuit board. In a really thin chassis. It's not even RJ45 though. I don't know what it is. I've never seen it. What is that? That's not RJ45. It's got me fucked. But often people get carried away with like the theme of an amp. So this is all about like pigs for some reason. Squeal, snort, grunt, squeak. Like you're supposed to know what that means. Grunt. I don't know. Squeak is clean. Squeal. I don't know. So yeah, they've got this theme. They think it's really funny and unique, but it's got big 10mm LEDs that looks like they've filed out by hand. Anyway, I'll put that aside, get the actual amp out. So, I don't know what to expect with this one. But what's the symptom again? Oh, hang on, he sent me an email. Right, so the symptoms are in the email. It's a UK telephone plug, is it? Right, okay. Well, it's from Scotland, so that makes sense. Try and find the email. So I sent a photo to my Scottish mate who's a tech, Ollie. And he had a bit of a laugh about it. I think he said he's never seen one before. So it's a Bradley. I know, it's ironic. The Hog. In all its glory. Okay, so it's got a built-up lip and it's delaminating. Probably had moisture at some point because that's bulgy there. 2-channel drive EQ. It's got a fat button which is pulled, been broken off. It looks like a PCB mounted push switch. You can see just the alignment of everything. You've got the pots a little bit higher. You can tell these are your cliff jacks down low. So the board's running this way. Hog style. Squeak, grunt, snort, squeal. Or foot switch. Clearly valve. Effects loop. Right, so that's that side. Let's look at the back. And then I might take a quick break because I want to eat a muesli bar. Maybe do a big fat poo. Looking at the back, the Hog, designed and manufactured in Scotland. 2 EL34s. We've got open holes in the bottom that you can touch the circuit board traces. So that's very dangerous. We'll have to plug them because that's right on the high tension by the looks of it. You got a valve rattling against a speaker. Got a like a 3/4 back in it. Like it's only got this little gap between the chassis and the back. Feels like MDF because everywhere it's pulled through, it's got little chunks of fibers coming out. So someone's over tightened it. RF11 or RJ45. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I've never seen that plug. I think that UK plug designator might be BT631A. Yeah, whatever it is, it must be common over there because I've never seen one. So that's pulling, because it's pulled through the MDF and the vinyl, and they're just your standard cabinet screws. When you pull it out, it sort of blisters the top and pulls back out. That used to frustrate me a lot with cabinet makers that would knock up a cabinet and they'd I put the screw head like half an inch under the surface of the board, and then they try and pull it out, realizing their error because they're too busy talking or something, and then it would delaminate the piece and you'd have to cut a new one. So I taught them what you do is you get like a 10 or 8 mil drill and you just drill until it touches the screw head, then you can remove the screw without delaminating the piece, and then just put another screw next to it if it's not visible. If it is visible, you need to get a new piece anyway. So we've got an eminence, something or other. Ubiquitous eminence. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 different types of speaker screws. Flathead, Phillips, panhead, wafer head. You got EL34 touching the speaker, touching cloth. The cabinet, the chassis must have been made for a 50 or 100 watt version because there's 2 spare holes, and you can easily touch the pads down there, which would be paralleled with the existing ones. See that? No plugs. When you're reaching around inside, you could easily touch that and get shocked. There's no preamp valves visible from the outside, but the reason the chassis is so high, so tall, like your average Fender chassis like that, this is like double that. It's probably because the valves are all inside, pointing upwards. So let's disconnect what we can. We've got US color-coded mains cable there with the primary insulation exposed. This plug will need replacing. JJ's look very new, so maybe there was a fault and they changed them out to try and fix it, but it didn't fix it. It's very rare that just changing a valve fixes anything. When it is, it's like happy days. You get to knock off early. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? Alright, what do we got? 6 screws on the top. Different types as well. Look like hardware store stuff. Maybe they've got misplaced in the past. Oh! Alright, so there's self-tappers. Wood screw, or sort of sheet metal screws. So I hope they're into those clips, not just into a chassis hole. That's not a great way of doing it. So it's called Hog 6112 for obvious reasons. Man, it's a really miserable looking day out there. I thought it was supposed to be sunny today. It feels like it's like 6 AM, but it's 9. Unplug the sprecher. So you can't, I might remove that valve for now because I'm worried something's going to, oh, center pin's broken off. Which way did I just remove that? I can't tell now. Center pin's not there. So there's every chance this valve could have been inserted wrong. And they've broken it off because it's right next to the friggin' speaker, so you got to try and insert it at an angle which snaps them off. Maybe I can go back in the video and see if the plates were aligned to each other. Let's put this over here and bring back chassis. From the outside, the circuit board that I can see through the hole looks like something from Jet City. Hopefully not too horrible. I don't like this directly connect mains plug. I like to have an IEC. Alright. What's all this then? Visual inspection commenced. Alright, so you can see here it's made for 2 versions. Those caps look bulgy, but it's just the disc on top bulging up. The actual body of the cap's not bulging. We've got the fuse that appears intact. You got spade connectors, like quick connects, but they're just tack soldered to them. It's interesting. It's like they were gonna. So they were going to use quick connects, and then they realised, oh, hang on, we need to attach multiple things because we haven't put enough quick connects there. So they just started soldering them to them. A single-sided, non-through hole plated. Looks like someone might have done a recap to it in the past, unless they just used text to designate where the negatives are. But only on some boards. You've look at that. You got two boards right next to each other, and then you got like a, I don't know, 8-inch ribbon connecting them. Design. I love designing amps. Ooh, we got a few carbon comp plate loads. They've got the magic secret sauce happening. We've got some caps here that have been replaced, I think, at some point, unless that's from the factory. But they are floating up in midair because they've used the wrong type, so the lead spacing's off. That's not a good way of doing business. They have fused everything. Maybe that's a legal requirement over there in the UK. Scotland. So essentially, I think it's probably recoverable. I don't know how much we're going to get into improving it, because meh. But let's draw. I'll pull up the email. We'll have a look. In the meantime, I'm going to go make a cup of tea and have a muesli bar. So I'll be back shortly, champions. Yo, 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 yo. We're back. I had a customer trying to get in. It's like, bro, not open. Bro. People think I open at 9 every day, but I open at 10 o'clock on Saturdays. And then they just bash on the door till I open it. Email. I was doing, wasn't I? Oh, I got to send an invoice too. Damn it. Oh, there's like 10 emails. I've got to cut off repairs. There's so many inquiries every day. I don't know how to deal with it. It's funny watching all the spam change its tact all the time. So now I'm getting marketed hemp gummies. I guess that's some kind of fucking weed, chewable weed shit. If you're gonna smoke weed, smoke weed. Don't have friggin' edibles. That's a cop out. Smoke a joint like a real person. What's it doing? Looking for the history of this amp. Yeah, because he wrote me a novel, I think. Let me have a look. That's another thing. I was punching the air. When Lyle on his last stream was talking about things to maybe not do if you're dealing with your tech. Bradley amp. No. 78 Marshall. 50 watt coming in. That I will look at. CA610 coming in. Yamaha. I've had an influx of hi-fi stuff. eBay. Your offer didn't work out. Oh, but yes it did. You just don't know about it. Macintosh MC7100. Sorry, I'm just speaking out loud here. I've got some Pete Reynolds amps to get to. I don't think Pete's I think he's semi-retired, so he's referring people to me. So I can't find the email. Wasn't in Facebook Messenger, was it? I hope not, because Facebook Messenger just doesn't work anymore. I don't know. Sorry for the silence, champions. I'm trying to find an email. 10 emails back and forth to just book in a guitar for service. That's fun. Honestly, like 90% of this job is just fucking correspondence. I just want to turn everything off and just, when I'm not able to take work in, I just want to disconnect from everything, but you just can't because people get upset and angry and feel dejected. What? Bloke bought in a Marshall Code 50 and said, nope, sorry. He was not happy. Another bloke bought in a Fender Mustang, I don't know, 40 watter. I said, nope, sorry. He wasn't happy either. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. Stop buying shit amps. Fuck. Do a bit of research first. Oh my God, how long back was this email? I haven't had the amp for more than a few days. Brad's turning into a boomer. In what way? I think I know what you're going to say, but explain to me. What way am I turning into a boomer? Alex was going to bring around that guitar, but she did not. There's a whole bunch of inquiries about the JCM 2000 boards. I'm scared actually how much interest there's been. I don't know where I'm going to find time to manufacture those things. Just every second email is inquiry about JCM 2000 boards. I was tempted to do pre-orders to find out who's actually serious, so I know how many to order, because everyone wants one until you actually send them an invoice and then they just ghost you. So I might open pre-orders once I've got the first batch of production boards in. Might order like 50 once I've confirmed that everything's sweet, and then start doing pre-orders from that point. And if there's a massive influx of pre-orders, I'll do another order of like 100, because the pre-order means you've ordered. It means you've paid in full, and now you got to wait. Them's the breaks. Why is my email going around in circles? There's a guy upset that I won't ship a massive pair of speakers to Sunbury, Victoria for free, even though I said on the listing, and this is on my website, not... Oh, my email keeps jumping to the top. It's doing the opposite of what fucking YouTube does. That's why I'm getting confused. Fuck, I hate technology. These bloody computers never work properly. Well, they don't. Bring on the notepad and paper. Well, every time I'm scrolling down the search results in the email, I click on it, it shows me a preview of the email. I click on the next one, it shows me a preview of the email. And then randomly every 3 or 4 emails I click on, it takes me back to the top. And then I've got to scroll back down, find where I was as I'm scanning my emails trying to find this email, because the guy didn't use the keywords that I expected. If you're booking in an amplifier that's called a Bradley the Hog, you'd expect that in the subject line you'd write Bradley amplifier model the Hog or something. Like, but they just go, I've got an amp, can you fix it? So now I can't find the email, even though he sent me the schematic and everything. Alright, let's, have I got his name? Yes. Why didn't I just look up his name? Fuck, I'm dumb. Oh, I need another holiday. Okay, there's 0 results for his name in email. So either he hasn't sent it, or it went to junk while I was camping and deleted itself after, but normally it's like 14 days. Yay. I need a personal assistant. Yeah, but the problem is you've got to pay them, and there's not enough income. So, with how busy this place is, you still don't turn over enough to have full-time staff. And people are already whinging about the price, so I can't charge more in order to cover that. And having an apprentice actually costs you time and money. It doesn't give you any profit, at least not for like a year or 2 anyway, maybe 3. So that would cripple. That would kneecap the business completely. It's in everyone's head. They're just like, oh, look, plumber, get an apprentice. Builder, get an apprentice. Yeah, but your jobs are fucking easy. I hate to say it, but you've got a trade. You know what you've got to do. There's a standard set of things you've got to do, and you know how to do them. In this, every day you start like a dumbass. Oh, well, you've had a look inside. I'm going to put that aside until I find that bloke's email. I'll probably give him a ring today and just say, can you flick that back through? But I don't want to ring him just yet. What's next? Let's look at something that's actually completely dead, so we can actually have a chance of feeling like we've done something today, because we're just spinning our wheels like I do here every fucking morning. Not pairing. Steve Morse 100 watt Engle. With a Rivera cover. Oh, what a monster. You need an intern. Yeah, but the problem is the intern needs instruction, and giving instruction to the intern takes about as long as it takes to do the actual instruction. Free intern. If I'm getting someone, I'll pay them. Is everyone here a dude in their 50s? Yeah, pretty much. Not me, though. I'm a dude in my 40s. Look, we try to be inclusive to women and just the whole plethora of different genders, but there's just not that many of them. It's a dude-oriented thing. It's a hangover from, you know, just the chauvinism and whatever that the whole industry was born from. There's people doing good work out there, but the vast majority is, yeah, middle-aged men. It's the same in the synthesizer industry as well. It's a shame. I want it, like, yeah, I don't know how to change that. Alright, all the valves have vacuums. Vacuumage. They're all the original Engles, which look to me like they were JJs, rebadged, because they've got that real round top on them on the EL34s. Most of us are 16, 24-year-old women posing as old guys. I think it tends to go the other way around on most chat groups, Ted. Let's just have a look at the fuses. Not accessible from the rear. Fuck, story of my life. You know, jokes like that don't help. There's no HT fuse visible from the back. So, because the LEDs are working, the mains fuse will be fine, and it looks fine. I'm just going to go get my meter, champs. I left it in the van with my boards because I was going to do some continuity testing of those boards passively before firing them up in an amp. Just bear with me. I'll probably drop out of reception. I will drop out of reception because it's a Rode, not an Audio Technica wireless mic. Michelle's borrowing that today for a magician show at the netball end of whatever. I'm back. So finally got the last of the few parts I required for the Marshall boards. Oh, that ain't it. That don't hit. That don't hit. Yeah, so everything's populated now. Probably test this one this afternoon. This is a triple super lead version. If the triple super lead version works fine, then I'll populate a dual super lead version, test that, make the small improvements that I've written on another specimen. So a few things. Let's zoom in a bit. Sorry, sidetracks again, but that's, you know, that's this channel. Move the bridge that way a touch, give it a bit more clearance there, bigger pads for the relay, change the JFETs to SMD because the through holes are no longer available. I've got stock for the proto boards, but I want to have them as SMD from now on. Someone commented that I should make the footprints SMD all through hole. Now there are footprints to do that in KiCad, I think by standard. So I might change them to that, so you can use either the SMD or the through holes, because people might just transfer the parts from the old board onto the new one if they work fine. You're sort of playing with fire there a bit, but this is if you're manufacturing one, if you're knocking up one from scratch. The smaller radial caps, I want some bigger pads, but to do that we probably have to change the lead spacing, so they might have to stay as is. I want to convert all the large filter caps to snap in if possible in that value, because they're quicker and easier to assemble. Bigger pads on all the power resistors. They are already like 3mm, but I want them even bigger, like almost like this, because that helps dissipate heat as well from the power resistors. We've got to change the diameter of the octal valves pin spacing, so all those pins have got to come in a little bit. I managed to bend the pins out on the stock sockets. You can see there they're on a bit of an angle, but that way you'll be able to drop in the old sockets if required, or just use the stock Beltons once you pull out the pin 6, which is easy to do. Got to separate those caps a bit more, because the caps I purchased and are commonly available are slightly larger diameter, so they're pushed together a bit too much. That valve socket needs to move over by about 0.5 millimeter. It's just a bit tight in the chassis. And I think I'm going to have to, even though I've made this board 2mm, the standoffs that Marshall used that you probably want to reuse, they are suited to 1.6, so they don't sort of catch like they should. They sort of rivet on the board surface itself. I've taken them out of the board so I can't show you, but so yeah, minor stuff. Like all those proto boards will be usable, so I'll keep them in my stock for just amps that come in, and they'll be fine. But yeah, I'll make those slight improvements so people can not bitch and moan at me when they get one. But yeah, I've got so many repairs in the queue that have higher priority than getting those boards ready, unfortunately. No, don't like that. See, distribution keeps talking like they will get the JCM 2000 boards back in someday, and that it's a distribution issue. Well, you know, I might be able to talk to him. Who knows? I think Marshall will probably try to take me to court, but Marshall can suck a massive fucking... You know what? Selling populated boards means many novice customers. Yeah, well, if they just plug it in, it should work. If it doesn't work, well, they're on their own. Sorry. You don't get your handheld if you try and fix your own car. You don't ring the manufacturer of a turbo and whinge to them that you're too dumb to install it. Sorry. I'll just disclaimer the website like fuck, and if they can't figure it out and they don't have a nearby tech they can trust, well, sorry, it's not my fault where you live. It's not my fault how you run your life. What's going on, Seth? Have you got some bacterial infection or something from cutting wood? Pneumonia. Shit. Oh, there it is. Oop, there it is. Pneumonia's a bitch, man. Be careful with that. Unless it's the rockin' pneumonia, in which case it's a very good band. Can't believe Penny Boy's come back to life. First time I fired it up after taking it out of the oven, it sort of started and sort of didn't, and then the screen went all garbled. I'm thinking there's no way this thing's going to come back to life, and then coming days it just got better and better. Now it's like there's nothing wrong with it. I'm sure it's going to give me issues in the future if I keep using it, but hey, it's worth a try. Just really sucks buying something when the existing one sort of works fine. Keep forgetting it's still Friday. What? No, it's not. Saturday, mate. Marshall should copy. All Marshall do now is sue. They don't have any interest in providing anything useful. They're just a legal entity. Have a nice dump. What? Always, Wes. Always. Get this heavy ass thing over here and bring back the chassis. Holy shit. This is going to be fun. What were we saying about Swiss Army amps? Alright, so I kind of like this, but they haven't done it for all the caps, so it's kind of meaningless, but they've just done it for a physical construction rather than serviceability thing. But all the filter caps are poking through the chassis because they're too close to well, they're too tall to fit in. Look like Nichicons and CDE, that's what I'd use. 105 rated. Gives them a bit of ventilation too, I guess, but it's probably working against them because it's bringing the hot air in from the valves. But Marshall's main business is Bluetooth speakers. Yeah, how sad is that? They just wanted the logo. I'm getting tons of fake PayPal phishing attempts posed as purchase receipts. Yeah, I get about 10 of them a day. Marshall goes from sucking to suing. Remove the CK. Louis CK? Supposedly Marshall might be getting sold to Goldman Sachs. Who's going to buy Marshall? I'm telling you. Davo, if you're still watching, you got to buy Marshall, mate. Have you got enough coin yet? Turn it back into its former glory. What the fuck is this? It's like a slot. Like a slot grommet. Your mum's a slot grommet. Check it out. It's like meant for ribbon cable or something. Strange. And the transformer's made by everyone's favourite Schmidbauer. So there's LEDs lighting up. And the report was no valve lights. So we may have lost a low power supply, low voltage supply. I'm glad I have a 76 Marshall and not a newer one. Coin operated amp, yeah. Coin operated boy. Dresden Dolls. Amanda Palmer. Legend. There we go. So, sandwich boards, lots of PCBs all facing down. I think I'm going to have to throw just a labour cost at this initially, just to friggin' diagnose the thing, because you've got a board on the front with like a million FETs, JFETs. May or may not have a schematic for this, I'm not sure, I'll have to check. Bluetooth company CEO keeps complaining that the amps are only 5% of their business. Is he complaining? I don't think he was complaining. He was just saying, like, even though they're only 5 or I heard 13% of the business, that they're still keen to carry on the legacy. But it's only BC547s. What are they doing with them? Haven't seen any E656 schematics yet. It looks like a synth build. Yes, it does, Lou. Hi, Lou, by the way. I didn't notice you were there before. E656 was it? Because these have got their little numbering system. Everything's E6 something. E656, that's the one. Amp designed by Horst Langer. Let's see if we've got a schematic. You guys like circuits and schematics? You're fantastic. What is this? What is this alleged amp? Engle Steve Morse, yeah. Engle. Yeah, everything's facing downwards. Can't see shit. You can't really diagnose them while they're apart, so you just sort of got to just go on vibes, bro. Does help if you've got a schematic. You might be able to do some continuity checks and figure out what goes where, because it's double-sided board. The one thing with the Engles that really twigs me out is they've got all these big fat traces everywhere, and then they just decide to make some like thinner than a fucking human hair. Like, you got the heater traces, yeah, fair enough. Although, you know, no one's competing. But there's my heater traces, a big fat fucker, almost like tape. And then they've got the connections from the anode to the output transformer. Can you see it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? So over here's the quick connects that go to the output transformer primary. And that's the 3 connections there. They're like half mil traces, 0.5 millimeter. Taking lessons from Mesa Boogie there. They've got these funny things. I just look at the details, because you spend enough time designing a circuit board and you take in everything when you look at it. Look, they put like a little guard around the... What pin's that? That's pin 5. So that's the grid. There's a grid stopper. And they've put like a little shield around it. On all of them. It's funny. Don't know that it does fuck all, but I guess if you have a fault and it tries to arc, it'll hit that and go to ground before it goes to you. Not that it matters, the whole thing's catastrophic fault. Those are traces of traces. I was just thinking Mesa strategy board traces. I don't know why they make them so thin. The bloke out of Spy vs. Spy changes the logo on his Engle to anal. Had to cover the logo on the TV. The suits didn't like that joke. Yeah, meanwhile the suits are the ones raping everyone. Here's the board that I've got. And there's the HT traces. You can see that. That's the main V+. It goes to your big screen grid dropper there. And then that feeds to, I think, that node. There's traces on the other side. And then this is all your HT lines pissing off. So everything's like 2.5mm minimum. But you know. See you, Rob. Take it squeezy, champ. So how are we going with that schematic? Metal amps with the least metal. Maybe to reduce parasitic capacitances with the bottom layer. You think the capacitance on the grid is what you kind of want, though? Stop oscillation in high gain monsters? Dunno. Don't know everything. Don't know much at all. Engle. Not Ignator. People have got to learn how to write Bruce's last name, eh? Everyone spells it Ignator with an O. It's Ignator. And like, they're responding to his comment. Like, his name's right there and they still spell it wrong. I don't know. People suck. Amp picks. I don't want amp picks. Schematics. Got the Ritchie Blackmore. Well, this is going to be a motherfucker. What was it? 656. 656. So we've got the 645, the 650, and the 670. That's not good. Alright, we're flying blind, champions. Which way's the wind blowing? Let's find an HT fuse. So, footprint of a fuse. What does it look like? Well, it'll have two sets of 2 pins right next to each other with the same pad attached to it. So, what do we got here? What we have here? If they're good lads, we'll have a fuse on both sides of the AC. However, that's incredibly rare. Usually they just have a fuse after the rectifier, which is dumb because the rectifier goes short and it still causes issues before the fuse. Tragic pile of junk to repair. I'd say they might share the LVS design layout. Yeah, I'd like to think so. But I haven't looked at the front panel. That'd tell me. The front panels really fuck with my head. I've been a bit more conscious of design, Lyle, since discussing the front panel layouts and stuff with you. And now it's like you can't put the genie back in the bottle. So I'm looking at all these designs and nothing's ever good enough and nothing I can come up with is ever good enough either. But this here just does my head in. Your average guitarist probably couldn't give two shits, but look at the alignment of the pots. So they start off aligned, bing. That one's aligned, that one's aligned. Then they start going out. And then they come back in. It's like, oh, what am I looking at? Yeah, it just makes it really confusing to look at. So, excellent, Smithers. Excellent. Yeah, it really sucks being aware that you're shit at something but not knowing how to improve. I'm a bit like that with guitar. A bit like that with learning other languages, with art in general. I've always liked doing art, but I'm really shit at it. I wonder if I can get Michelle to bring me another coffee. She's supposed to come here to pick up a speaker stand, but that was like 40 minutes ago. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe I should give her a ring. Hang on. Pardon me. Oh, I forgot to mute myself for the burp. Sorry. She's bringing me coffee. She's bringing me coffee. I knew I kept her for a reason. She's watching me too. Got to be careful what you say. I've been working my way through Ted Green's chord chemistry, trying to make new muscle memories. How the chemistry I need something to help with my arthritic left hand. Just start using the other one, Alex. I've got tennis elbow. So, you know, I thought you started going blind before you got tennis elbow. I might have got that back to front. Can't straighten it. And I can lift shit, but straightening it fucking puts me through the roof. And if you bump it, like on the, mainly getting in the car, you're sitting in the car and you bump it on the door, it's just like, goes from 0 to 100% pain, like golfer's elbow. Yeah, wanker's elbow, more like it, Lou. Why stamp the control panels when you can use a shotgun? It's all about the angle of the dangle. You guys are solid gold. Mine healed after 6 months. What, tennis elbow? I've had it 3 months now. I got it actually helping Dr. Gear move fucking keyboards around at his shop. I picked up a Clavinova from 1993 and I was feeling all gung-ho. Yeah, have you ever picked up a 1993 Yamaha Clavinova? They used to make, they called the keys weighted because they used to make lead weights that were in the actual keys, right? So these days they use like a mechanism which has got a little bit of thick fencing wire and that uses the leverage to simulate weight and it's lightweight. But yeah, they used to use lead weights on every key. So the things weighed a fucking ton. And they made, the chassis were like 1.6 mil steel. You know, and the base of it was like 18 mil MDF or 16 mil MDF or something. My God. So yeah, I was picking these things up and putting them in the van and moving stuff around. And I didn't get it that day, but like a couple of days later, it started kicking in. And I've had it ever since. I haven't gone to physio or anything, so my fault, my bad. But I just don't have time. I suppose I should find time. Anyway, where were we? Let's give this some power. And see what happens. Come on. Give it the power. Where's the Variac? Sorry, Dad. Every time I plug in the Variac, I'm like, sorry, Dad. I'm using a Variac. He just plugs in and if it blows up, it blows up. At least you know where to look. Andy, how you going, champ? Haven't seen you for a bit. What time? Everyone give us a time check. Where are you? It's 9:45. Means 15 minutes I got to open the shop and everyone's going to start arriving and want to ask me 500 questions. It is a big sort of, I don't know what it is. It's like a emotional drain when people constantly ask you questions all day. There's no fucking way I could be in customer support, eh? Not a chance. That's too long. I get that a lot. Ha! Stick that in there. Stick you in him. Put that over there. Put that down there. Put this in there. And I can chuck my probe in there. We can see what voltage we're feeding it. That'd be nice. And then we can, you know, give it the, you know. I'll stick a probe, what am I trying to say? alligator clip on ground and just start doing a voltage probe, because, you know, the great rule that we like to tell everyone and then we forget ourselves and disregard: thou shalt check voltages before thou shalt check anything else. On you, Dave Jones. Damn, my camera's looking good today. Got the white balance just right. At least on this screen. Maybe it's a new laptop's monitor that looks better. The old Panny Boy GX85, little pocket camera. I always wanted a really compact camera that can just take a micro 4/3 lens, because the biggest weakness with the phone cameras is the small sensor and just the fact you can't change any lenses. So a tiny little camera like the GF1 or something, but the GX85 is the smallest one with in-body stabilization that I could find, and you can get them for about $300 or $400 if you're lucky. Coffee's broken. It's a really miserable looking day out there. It looks like it's about 6 AM. Let's prep. That's a new error. I got a buffer error while streaming error. Now I'm overexposed. Visual test first as well as sniff test. Make a quick ohm meter check to confirm absence or presence of a short circuit, then apply power and measure voltages. Exactly. Arizona does not do like daylight saving time. Yeah, that was a new error. Fuck, I look overexposed now. This damn light. Go away! As they say in Scotland. We're fucking disconnect that one. Let's have a look. Okay, so dial 00, and when I cry out in pain, dial 0 again. Alright? Oh, plaster dust. How do you get these fuckers out? No? I don't fucking know. Now I'm blind, I can't see anything. Let's just turn the exposure down, eh? I don't want to change the shutter speed. Where's the little chucha? There we go. It's more like it. Funny Boy H20 PTSD. H2O PTSD. What? Pardon me? Always sniff under the power cable. You can always tell if the death cap needs to be expressed. I commented on who was it? It's one of the well-respected boutique amps. It wasn't Victory. Someone else. They put up a picture of an amp, like, oh look, and everyone's, oh, it's so beautiful, look at all the orange drops. I'm like, why's it got a death cap in it? And the actual manufacturer answered and said, oh yes, I have been meaning to take that out. I'm like, it's got a fucking orange drop as a death cap. Just don't put them in. Don't put them in. Just don't put them in, please. 3-pin power cable, you don't need them. Stop copying fucking photos from the 60s and 50s. And start understanding why you're doing stuff. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? So, first off, what was I talking about before about the fuses? So, we can recognize a fuse footprint from the bottom of the circuit board by doing this. Just move my mouse. So what we have here then? What's all this then? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I dare say, see they're two connected, and they're two connected, but maybe these aren't. So are they, or, well, they wouldn't be because that's a ground plane. So maybe that's not a fuse, and I think they're too close together. So no circuit board fuses there. Let's get the mirror under it and have a look. Because I'll just show you the ones I was talking about. I thought they might be. So here's one of my boards. You can see here we've got two fuses coming straight off the AC. So if anything goes wrong anywhere, they'll go open circuit. And you can see the footprints. Actually, yeah, so I'm going to ask about. So see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the pins are lengthways. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, no, that doesn't work either. So they must be the diodes in the bridge. So let's see if any of them are short. Do the diode check. Ooh, helps if you press the button. So that's the diode bridge, and they're not shorted. Let's check the suppression cap, although, hang on. No, that's a MOV. So you'd expect a short there. Measuring 0.3 ohms. Let's get the mirror and just see if we can see the other side. Got more diodes there. That'd be the low voltage supply because it's got a 50 volt 1000 microfarad cap next to it. Let's check those ones. No shorts there. Smell the glove. And Nichicon caps, I doubt they'll be short, but we'll just check anyway. No short there. So where's our HT fused? Got a linear regulator there, which is fitted at a 45-degree angle, which is a bit weird. Okay. Where are they going? 150 ohms, reading short circuit. That doesn't make a sense. Why mount the board upside down? Yeah. The clearance constraints seem tiny on that board. Yeah, they are. They're way too small. So are the traces to protect the sacred design. So annoying that all the components are on the underside. Yes, it is, Wes. I'm going to put some music on. It's going to be really weird if someone walks in. You feel like when you're working and there's no background music and someone walks in, it's like they busted you having a wank. It feels really awkward. Let me plug in my mixer. See if it still works without blowing up. I'll give it a vacuum first. Just got this old Mackie Pro FX-8 V2 piece of shit that I use for the shop music. Wish I had Droid Cam happening. I could show you what I'm doing. Do I need a power cable? I've got the USB cable. It works like a audio interface from the office computer, from the orifice computer. Alright, we've got USB. Now we need power. I've stolen a power lead. You have to run another one. That's good, I can play records again. I like playing records, me. Yeah, I played a tube screamer the other day and I actually enjoyed it for the first time ever. I think I've been trying to use them wrong the whole time. I'm trying to use them like a Marshall style overdrive. It's not what they're for. Never really liked them as a result. Preferred like the Friedman BEOD. But you just use them to give a bit of cream on top, eh? And I used them with my Princeton reverb that I built, and just a little bit of cream on top and it works beautifully. So I think I've been a bit too harsh on the old tube screamer for all these years. As usual, I don't know what I'm talking about. What's new? We have takeoff. Helps if you plug it in. Everything gets so dusty here. Really, a bit of wind outside and just stirs up like a dustpan in the car park. Alright, records in action. Now, what speaker will I use? QSC K12.2. Good as any. Gonna get the smoke machine happening today. What do you reckon? QSC K12.2. It's not 100 watts, it's not 1,000 watts, it's 1,000,000 watts. Just read the product description. It's really annoying, these audio manufacturers that are lying about their power output. It's like, no one cares, bro, just give us the SPL. How many spools does it have? How many spools? I don't care how many 1,000 watts you reckon it delivers for a femtosecond. Just tell me how many eardrums it can make bleed. Sorry champions, bear with me, I just need to get some background music so it's not such a alien atmosphere as soon as people step foot in the shop. Very conscious of the experience people have when they walk in the front door. I want it to feel like a cool place to be. Hello from Tucson, Arizona. I have a few vintage 7 and 9 pin test adapters, the Pomona TVS9 Vector. T7M. These have external terminals for connecting a scope. I'll email some photos. Okay. K12.2, damn good speakers. Very loud. I am a QSC dealer. And I tend towards DB Technologies these days. I just think they're a bit nicer for the money. I really like the LVX series from DB Tech. If I had to spec out a PA, I'd spec them out for everything. But the K12.2, the K2 series is cool. Nothing wrong with it. Fuck it, let's use both. Why not? Let's get a copyright strike. Now, I like just being able to pump music into any of the PA speakers here, so people can demo stuff. I've got all the subs and stuff set up too. Alright, gain ABC. Gotta go to university to figure out how to fucking use the thing. We have activity. Default, no sub, no delay. It's cool that you can delay the individual speakers. That is awesome. They are cool speakers. Alright, let's see if the computer recognises the Mackie mixer after not being switched on for 12 months. Because I used to just feed it with Bluetooth from the desktop. But I do have a USB cable running to the mixer too to use it as an interface. Oh, Windows wants to update. Fuck. Come on, Windows. You can do it. Everything just upgraded to 11. I haven't noticed any super chintziness yet. Everything's just a bit different though. There's like, you can't right click on the taskbar and have, you know, show the desktop anymore, which is annoying. USB codec. Okay, that seems to be coming up. Yep, it's coming up on the fader. Don't want effects. Just turn up the speaker a little bit. Jesus.
In 2013,
okay, that's really loud. Maybe I'll turn the fader down a bit. Set the gain to unity. What's the EQ? Preset default. Default. No sub. Settings default. Sounds good to me. Factory reset? Sure, why not? Alright. Got a lot of bass, those units. What do we want to listen to? YouTube, music. How about some doom metal? How about filter? How about spoon? LCD sound system, Speedy or Tiz, Cold Chisel, The Sword, Fu Manchu, Caius, All Them Witches. Let's listen to Spoon. I like Spoon. Mix sounds a bit weird though. Is that just me? Let's listen to an album I recognise. Kill the Moonlight? No. Where's your albums? Let's listen to Ga 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 Ga. Yeah, I love this song. Don't Make Me a Target. It sounds like it's in a hall. What's going on? It's just because we're only feeding one channel. Now I'll just mute it so I don't get a copyright strike. Something funny's going on. Yeah, I think it's just the speaker. I'm used to hearing the KL10s. I think I prefer their sound, to be honest. The DB Tech sound. I think they sound much smoother in the top end. These have a weird spike. Almost sounds like low bit rate. Oh, now my phone started ringing. Fuck. Hang on. My, how quickly plans change. This is why you can't plan anything. You need to come up with some kind of frequency that fucks up the YouTube AI police, yeah. Like just smash some like ultrasonic noise across it that just aliases the fuck out of it. Have you ever used a ultrasonic cleaner near a microphone? In person they don't sound nice, but when you listen to them through some kind of digital device, all the aliasing takes place and they sound like hell on earth. So the reason I said is you can't plan anything is because now I need to make up 2 microphone leads, very long microphone leads urgently. and deliver them after work, or they might come around and grab them at some undisclosed time. So everything goes on hold, and we need to make 2 leads, and then all it takes is 3 customers to come in while I'm trying to do that, and then that's not done on time, and then people get upset. And work for yourself, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Alright, what am I going to do? Alright, I'll put the... I don't know that I've even got enough cable, but we'll get the Canare LT2S on its spool, on a clamp. We'll roll off a 20 meter and a 40 meter lead. I'll turn that music down because I will get a copyright strike. I think that's loud enough to hear. We're good. 20 meter, 40 meter. See if we've got enough for the 40 meter first. I don't think I've got enough wire, enough lead. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35 is all we have. That's fucked. 35. I have to make a phone call. I should have ordered another roll this week when I was going to. That's a long lead. What the fuck's he using that for? Running it around the perimeter of the room, I guess. Should be run through the ceiling. Questions. is not happy. How much am I supposed to stock, bro? Let me ring someone else and see if I can get my hands on a roll of something. Mogami would be okay as well. Well, there goes today's plans. Closed. And they open on Monday. Because they're smart and I'm not. Okay. Who would have some Canare? Sucks being the only dickhead that does this shit out this way. Because no one else can help you. Almost ordered a 200 meter roll too. But I did not. No, I'm just making a massively long mic lead because the church that I've supplied PA speaker to has a massive run. There's a big recess in the wall near the lectern. So the cable needs to run in the trunking, which is like running along the skirting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sorry guys, a bit distracting today, but this is what always happens around here. You set up your plan for your day and then you get one phone call and someone's in an emergency and you've got to throw everything out the window. Everything changes. Did Billy Thorpe do any other songs? Yeah, he did a whole bunch of songs. His cover of Somewhere Over the Rainbow was a big one. Maybe not as big as that massive ukulele playing dude, but the dude with the gunt. Do you know what a gunt is? What was the soundtrack to your first acid trip, Lou? Yeah, I got some trippers on this channel. I love yous all. It's funny when you hang out with these older blokes, and not you, Lou. I'm not saying you're old, but you hang out with some of these blokes that are like in their 70s, and you're just having a beer with them or whatever, and then they start talking about like doing acid and shit, and you're like, oh yeah, actually, you guys were that age then, yeah, it makes sense now that I think about it. But there they are standing in their, their cargo shorts and their polo, concerned about whether or not they're fertilizing their lawn adequately, and then they start talking about the wild shit they used to get up to. You never quite know. Don't just judge people by their appearances, eh? Never did acid. Probably won't ever either. Partially because one of my family childhood friends, well, he took a trip and he never came down. Took Looks something anyway. Don't know what. Never found out. Rhythm and soul. Really like Spoon. Is anyone here from Texas? Best part is no photographic evidence of your exploits. Yeah, that's a big different thing. You can't be a rock star anymore. You're expected to be morally, you know, responsible at all times. Sorry to hear that, Brad. Yeah. I mean, he's still kicking. Like, you can sort of have a conversation with him, but sort of, kind of. Just sort of smiles and nods along with what you're saying. That's about it. Hey, woman.
Hey, hi everybody.
Hi, everybody. I ran out of mic cable.
No.
Almost ordered 200 meters this week, and I didn't. Here she is. What are you going to? Netball Carnival, is it?
Presentation?
Presentation? I don't know the difference between all these things.
Netball husband, you should know this by now. It
It's,
happens once a year.
it's precisely why I don't know about it.
Once a year.
Yeah.
And I'm saying netball, not nipple for all those Americans.
Nipple.
Yeah.
So, what are you doing? Tell me how you're plugging in the PA. Come on.
Plugging all the bits into the back of the speaker first, and then I plug it into their bits, and then I put the antennas on, and then I turn them on, and then I turn the speaker on. And then I turn everything to 3 p.m, and then I turn the overall volume for the music to 9 p.m.
You got your photos of the control panel, eh?
Mate, that is what the speaker was at 3 p.m. The knob was at 3.
I talk numbers. So I just got a call from the church. He needs more cables. And I've run out of cable.
Did you say that he would have it today?
I just told him that we've run out.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, he wants me to carry on there and set it all up. So.
Yeah, no worries. My setup fee is plus the church tax.
Shush! Don't tell him about the church tax.
I work in sales. There's always a dickhead tax.
Oh, he's not a dickhead. They're fine.
It's an overall tax.
Well, it's urgent. It's a expedited service fee.
Well then, yes,
Expedited-
that definitely has a tax.
Expedited service fee.
I'm going to throw some sticky tape
Sticky tape. What for?
for tonight, for today.
Bro.
Label kids' drink bottles in cups so that we don't go through 50,000 of them.
Oh, yep. Good move. Why don't you just write on them with Texter?
Well, I don't know if it'll last if their hands get sweaty or...
Do you want some pink tape?
Oh yeah, do you have some?
Yeah, it'll stand out more.
Sweaty like mum's spaghetti.
What?
No, Eminem? My palms are sweaty.
Like
Mum's spaghetti.
like mind spaghetti. It's not.
I thought it was his mum.
No, that's the meme that they made.
I thought it was your mum.
No, it's mind spaghetti.
Your mum's spaghetti.
Oh, here you go. I've got yellow, white, pink, so you can color code them.
Well, it's a Taylor Swift dance party, so let's go pink, eh?
I thought I had pink.
Don't like get my hopes up.
Where's me pink bits? Be up here. Either way, you know where Bunnings is. There's black. Do you have any goths?
No, they're like between 5 and 15.
15's when you become a goth.
What?
15's when you start becoming goths.
They're still into sports. So
No pink tape. It must be at home.
Alright, I'll take these ones. I don't know what colour cups
Oh, hang on. Might be in here. Well, now the day's out the window. We may as well just go to the pub. No, you have to go to Bunnings. See you, woman. Thanks for the coffee.
You're welcome. Hope everyone liked the kiss. Did they all hear it?
Probably. Oh, did you get me something to eat?
Yeah.
Sorry?
The keys are just on the...
Yep. Ooh, scroll. Scroll croissanty thing.
Yeah, send me a Sharpie as well.
Taking a Staffy. Oh, Sharpie.
I was going to put your keys on top of your bag, so this is it.
You do that.
Alright, I'll see you probably around
Midnight.
midnight.
Okay.
Stand, that's what gave me.
Yeah. Good on you.
Yeah, because we've got juniors and then we're going to seniors, and that finishes at 11, then we clean up and then...
All right.
Is that just the speaker stand?
It's in there.
Let me take out what I don't need, so I'll just take the bag with
Nah,
the two I
it's
need.
just you only need the stand.
Got any more?
You taking a mic stand?
Yeah, maybe so.
All right. Just take the straight one.
Yeah.
That one.
Here's what you can take.
Yeah, that's what I use it for, so I can notice at a glance if someone's stealing my shit. Give it back, you bastard. That's got pink tape on it. Alright, have fun if that's possible with netball.
So I clip it on.
Just, there's a mic clip in the case.
Yeah, I saw that.
It just threads onto that.
Sweet.
If it doesn't go, there's an insert. You just got to remove the insert first. The insert looks like that. And it's got like a flat, put a coin in it
Yep.
to get it out. But I'd say it's already removed because we don't use them
Love
in
you.
this country anyway. Alright, champion. Yeah, where's my logo on your banner?
Mate, I'm going to take the light this year, so.
I would try shroom gummies. My son says they are nice. I think my Canadian mate has some plans for me when I go over there next year. Alright, 120 meter mic lead. Like mead. I do like mead. XLR male. XLR female. You ever made a mic lead, champions? We have some of the best toads for the TMT crowd. You got a buzz just handling one? Jesus, really? I thought that was just a joke. The old toad licking thing. Is that DMT, really? Just have a quick look online, see where I can actually purchase a roll of Canare L2T2S. Not getting Star Quad. Brisbane. Swamp's got the 200 meter rolls. Oh God, I'm looking for it and then I find my own website where I sell it by the meter. Ambertech, 400 bucks for 100 meters? No, thank you. Locate a dealer near you. Suburb or postcode? The Good Guys? What? They don't sell fucking Canare lead. Penrith Light and Sound, but they're closed. Guitar Factory, they won't have a 100 meter roll. Maybe they will. In Touch Electronics, I don't think so. JB Hi-Fi, I don't fucking think so. I think that's just, yeah, that's dealer for everything. Hang on, I'm looking at Canare. No results found. Oh, I love living in Australia. If you don't have something, you literally got to wait for a friggin' boat to bring it to you from the other side of the planet. Oh, Jesus. How dare I open the news tab? Doom. Doom. Nothing but doom. Well, in the meantime, he'll just have to connect a few leads together to get himself out of trouble. He's got the 20 metre one. He's got two 20 metres. That'll sort him out for that. And then he's got a 6 and a 9. That should get him out of trouble for now. And I'll make him one up when I get a roll of lead. B&H Photo have 200 metre rolls. Really? Where are they? I've got a feeling they're just a warehouse, yeah? I love thrashing Harleys with the old Bonnies. It's not DMT. You'd have to smoke Toad. It sounds like an insult. Go and smoke Toad. Smoke my Toad. I crack myself up. Alright, we just have to accept we can't do anything about it now. So let's just make that one lead. Adjust my camera for working position. Japanese cigarette case. Harley's great for ploughing paddocks. Yeah, if you just tie a chain to them and drag them sideways, they'll plough the paddock pretty well. You tie them to your boat. Use them as an anchor. They're good for that too. They're not fucking good for riding. Unless you're a poser. But you guys don't have corners in America, so I can sort of see them being useful over there, but no fucking good here. Hi, cool guy. Hi, son. Powered by a modified sludge pump. Koala Audio, I think they're just an online. That's the problem. Everyone's just online now. You can actually come here and buy shit. You can't do that anywhere else anymore because it's 2024. What I find weird, right, is all these distributors. This is just fucking business politics again. All these distributors, right, they go, oh, no, sorry, we can't deal with you unless you got a bricks and mortar store. Okay, well, why do you sell through all these fucking shops that are online only? So clearly you're just full of shit, and if you've got enough money, you'll... What they're saying is, we want massive orders, and if you can't provide them, you can get fucked. That's what they're really saying. We want 500,000 a year. 500,000 a month. 500,000 a day. Otherwise we won't talk to you. Wish I could do that. Just, no, sorry, you're going to pay me less than $5,000 for that job. Go away. Don't want to even talk to you. But that's accepted in the corporate world. It's not accepted in the retail world. People get really indignant when you say there's not enough money in that job for you to look at it. They think you should do things for free for them that you've never met. It's good fun. And hearing off my mates from in the States and the UK, the attitude's pretty much the same worldwide. It doesn't really change regionally. Because companies like Amazon are worldwide now. So everyone expects you to be Amazon. I like Canare. Megami's good too. I haven't really used much Megami stuff. I think Canare was easier to get initially, and that's what I just stuck with. But Megami's just as good. Same but different, as AVE would say. Wish I got to see Spoon. I guess I still can. They're still touring. But no one comes to Australia anymore because touring here is too expensive. Australia used to be a funky, cool place that all the bands wanted to come because they'd all seen like Crocodile Dundee and shit. Now it's just the same as any other city. Just Starbucks on every fucking corner. Shave Sasquatch is at the door. He has an amp and a guitar. Be back soon. Okay. Enjoy your shaved Sasquatch, Seth. Yeah, the top end on that K12 sounds really washy, eh? What? Just plug in the LVX15 and see how much better it is. Sorry, I'm getting distracted, but that's me. Just sounds... I don't know. It sounds weird. Hang on. Oh, let's try that. Flat, line, mic, input sensitivity, line. Here goes nothing. See, that sounds better. That sounds natural. Wow. That's a brand new speaker. I hope there's nothing wrong with the compression driver. The LVX just sounds like a studio monitor in comparison. Oh, there's that lizard. Oh, come back, you little arsehole. No, he's fucked off again. I'm trying to help you, you fuckwit. You're going to die in here. There's no food. Come here. Got him. Oh, he's going crazy too. What do I need now? A bit of cardboard. He did not like getting caught. It's alright, mate. Just chill out. You jumpy little dickhead. Wonder if he'll drop his tail. Fuck, he's jumping around like a bloody snake. I can't lift it without losing him. Oh, you little arsehole. Go down the other end. There he is. No, we don't get geckos down here. He's a little skink. You see that? Hang on, need a white background. Here he is. He hasn't dropped his tail. Heart's beating a million miles an hour. Alright, champion, outside we go. Let's go for a little trip. There's nothing good for you in here. You don't want to eat solder droppings. Go out and get eaten by a kookaburra. There we go. Back out in the wild. Or industrial suburbia. Where were we? Fucking hell, you get distracted around here, eh? Magpie swoop, yep. Probably. You get a lot of plovers around here. I don't know what they eat. I assume they're meat eaters though. Judging by the shape of their beak. It's an insurance lizard. Is that some overseas ad? I've seen a few references to lizards and insurance. Is that some overseas company? It's not here. But the geckos are cool, but you only get them from like, I don't know, like probably Port Macquarie and upwards, north. And they go... That was worth the membership. What's saving lizards? Yeah, so we went on a camping trip last weekend. That's where the panny boy got killed. And there was a couple of kids there, like one of the blokes brought his sons. Geico, okay. Government Employees Insurance Company, right. But yeah, we camped on a river one night. And it was like a little frog party at night. All the frogs come out of the water and mating and whatever. So one of the kids, he was 16, he was collecting like frogs and walking around with them, and he's just like, I guess I'll just kill him now. I'm like, what? Why would you kill him? Just put him away. And he was about to kill him just because that was his default response to do to a living thing as a 16-year-old. I think that's really fucked up. So, I don't know. It was weird. He didn't. We ended up convincing him out of it, but it was just funny that I guess everyone's like the ant with the magnifying glass as a kid. The whole deal. I guess it's a thing. It's just been that long since I was a kid that I haven't been exposed to it. Just the killer instinct. Alright, pin 1 is ground. Actually, you know what? I'll put this as the other end, because that is more conducive to the pin out. Long story short, the wire wants to be on the opposite side of where it is, but if I get the other end, then it will be happy where it is. We won't have to twist it over on itself, because the plugs are mirror images of each other. If that makes any sense at all. So this is just the Amphenol A3F and A3M or whatever they are. Go white as signal, hot, and blue as signal cold. Okay, YouTube Music's doing that annoying thing where I put it on repeat, and then eventually it's just like, nope, no more repeat for you, and now it's playing Pavement instead of Spoon. That's alright, good choice. I'm not sure that Pavement and Spoon are that similar, but I guess, yeah, I can see it, I can see it. I do enjoy Pavement. Yeah, Rain made some really good psychopathic thing too. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Ted. Rain made some really good white papers on all sorts of stuff, just general PA use and all right, my female side done. Normally I'm quicker at this because I'm not chasing fucking skinks and shit. What? Jackrabbits would be right. I don't get the whole killing things just to kill them. Yeah, same here. Jackrabbits would be a rare exception. Even with doves, we will make stew. You make stew with doves? Yeah, like the shooting. Like their dad wanted to go hunting, and just doesn't interest me really. I suppose if you're hunting for venison or whatever, it's fair enough. Don't know. Just rather just sit and chill out, go for a swim, than kill stuff. Oh, it's so exciting today, I know. Sorry, we'll get back onto the ant diagnosis once I've made this cable because I don't know when they're going to pick it up. I hate trying to make cables when the person's sitting there making small talk with you and you're trying to engage with them, but you sort of got to semi-concentrate as well, otherwise you'll wire stuff up wrong. You'll wire it out of phase or something silly. That's the dumb stuff you do when you're distracted. Really dumb stuff. Pigeons are tasty? Well, I guess the falcons think so. Customer. I really don't want to deal with customers today. Spinning my wheels, getting nothing done every day. Same old story every day. Hey mate, how are ya?
Good, man. Yeah.
Scotty. Here you go, mate. And we're back to it. Head's cut off. Framing, you fuck. I'm getting really hungry now. Matt back. Haven't heard of him yet, but thanks for the tip. Any major dude, I'm always keeping an ear out for any good good techs we can recommend, because there's a lot of shit ones out there. Trust me. Any major dude. I used to have people come to my house. It wasn't too sketchy. You just got to set ground rules. And croissant thing not doing it. Don't really want to eat on live stream, but my stomach's making noises that are getting grosser than the eating noise. So maybe it's a lesser of two evils if we keep going. Yeah, as long as you got a secure place and you know your neighbours well and they keep an eye out for you when you're not there, and just security, put big ass screws in your latches so people can't just kick your shit in. Bars on the windows of whatever room you're storing shit in. Is that someone else already? Oh no, it's the aircon guys. I might just do a Hail Mary and call Penrith Light and Sound, see if anyone's there. Just a sec, champions. Only Dan's. What's Only Dan's? I don't know, but it sounds funny. Shop's the way to go, except the overhead's damn. Joe, the overhead's fucking massive. Talking like $3,000 a week overheads. Oh, a month, sorry. Not a week. Fucking hell, I'll be gone in 5 minutes. So yeah, about $3,000 a month-ish. When you're talking power, water, public liability insurance, all the accounting bullshit, the security, subscription. This is before you even get to rent. All the running costs, man. What am I doing? Try ringing them. What kind of number is it? Landline. So we'll just either get an answer or we don't. Nah, they're proper closed. Lucky buggers having a weekend off. No, I think they run PA systems on the weekends. They hire systems out and run them. Do the engineering. Okay, I don't even know. This is the problem. I don't even know where I'm at now. Where were we with this thing? So, Hail Mary didn't work. Now we've got another customer. Maybe. Yeah, well, the thing with having the shop and being able to afford the overheads is it forces you to be a business person instead of a hobbyist. So it's good and bad. It's bad because you can't fuck around, but it's good because you can't fuck around, if you know what I'm saying. I think you get what I'm saying. I've got 69 viewers. Yes. Dinner for two. Oh my god. Oh no, 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 no. So that's okay. I thought they were doing the Mesa Boogie thing where they lift the entire ground pin with the ground switch, but no, they are lifting the ground from the chassis. Got an insulated input jack. Yep, cool. TK! Here you go, legend. What's going on? It's a little bit, I'm a bit scattered at the moment because a flurry of customers now. I'm trying to get my head back into it. Let's give it a dummy load. Shut up, Ben. Back to the complex Engle more sound. Yeah, that's right. I'll give it a dummy load. Oh no, we'll give it a speaker. Give it the benefit of the doubt. The Daubert. Daubert. Wherefore art thou speaker? Jack. Oh, I can't lean over. I'm going to headbutt the fucking shelf. I do that all the time. 16 Ers. There we go. It's got his signature down there too. I only just noticed that. Ooh, they got flyback diodes. No, they don't. They're unpopulated. It's funny. They've got a PCB on the back of the they've got a PCB mounted transformer. And they've got a little PCB for all the terminals, which is kind of cute. And they've got positions on there for flyback diodes, but they're unpopulated. Huh. Anyone heard about the Intel processor catastrophe? I'm currently trying to get an RMA with Amazon right now. So you ordered one and they couldn't supply it. I don't think I've bought a new CPU since 1999. Every PC I've had ever since has been secondhand. I just get ex-fleet Lenovo's. Oh, I did get a new Lenovo spec for the office when I moved in. I thought, I can't fuck around with the office computer. I've got to get a new one with warranty and support in case there's any issues. So I spec'd out just a middle of the range desktop. You know, just generally use Lenovo everything. But I think it's time, champions, to get back into PC building. Six was going to give us a hand with that because he's one of those nerds. But yeah, build a bit more of a beefy video processing workstation for at home, because I don't do video processing here. It's a home hobby thing. Feels like work if I do it here. Nice pink cup. How's my colour balance? It looks a bit brighter in real life. For what it's worth, scanned a couple of Engle schematics and they seem to have an internal fuse on the mains. Internal fuse on the mains after the power switch. Internal to the transformer? That's not good. They've got to have an HT fuse, and it would be really sad if that was on the other side of the circuit board and the entire amp has to be disassembled to change the fucking fuse. But I wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it. Intel processors had a fault that caused them to fail prematurely, and mine started to do it. In what manner did they fail? Built my PC in Feb 2023. I'm a gamer. Gamer boy! I don't know fuck all about games at the moment. What's your favourite game at the moment, son? I don't know, Dad. Alright, let's get some voltage. Variac on. At fuck all volts. Bring it up slowly. No big jumps in current. That's good. Check good all our AC. I don't like how close the quick connects are. I'm getting shaky because I haven't eaten. That's bad. It means I could touch the wrong shit with the wrong shit. $50 millivolts AC on the heater. 250, so that's balanced. Must have heater balance resistors somewhere probably, or grounded center tap. Nope. What's that AC for? $700 millivolts. So that's supplying the channel switching circuitry or FX loop or both. We've got a microcontroller there because we've got a big wide flat package. We've got a big wide flat package of you. Using it right now to watch me. Started in December 2022. Ran too high voltage and cooked internally. Ooh. Can you scale the voltage? My favourite game is guessing when the computer will blue screen. I've been playing Escape from Tarkov. Okay. Yeah, that's my next move. Good PC. I don't fucking know anything about them anymore. Like, I know the concepts of them, but I don't know what's good and what's shit and what's overpriced and what's value and what's got problems and what doesn't. Kind of wanted a high power laptop like a P50 or whatever they are. They're Lenovo with the GPU in it for video editing. So we never answered what the fuck these 150 ohm things are. Surely they're not running 150 ohms on the screens, although I'm not seeing anything to advise otherwise. Oh no, there's a screen. Okay, so the screen grid's running diagonal. I remember that from one of the other ones, and that's feeding off the B plus, not B plus, the screen node there. We've got 62 volts on the screens, and they're drawing fuck all current. So it's the same either side of the resistor. Drawing no current at the moment because it's cold as a crab. The fuse inside the transformer is a resettable. Ah, it's a resettable thermo switch. Okay. It's a bit lame though. New microcode will supposedly fix, if not, I think you mean irreversibly damaged. Gotta check my i9 gaming laptop. Just the other day I saw a GPU repair video. Yeah. Well, the old stuff from Lewis Rossman, he was digging multi-layer boards out and soldering links to the fucking internal traces, and he's a madman. I mean, if you've got the multi-layer PCB layouts, you could theoretically do it, but it's risky. Oh, fuck. Phone, right when I'm cranking the voltage up, my phone goes off. Remember that invoice I meant to send before? Well, now the guy's asking where the fuck it is. Every day I haven't done something I should have done by fucking now. Alright, put that aside and I'll write an invoice. I've already written the invoice, I just got to approve it and send it. Today's date is the 12th. Approve and email. And that's done. Sorry, very boring stream today, I know. Oh, come on, computer, for fuck's sake. Thanks for winding that transformer for me too, by the way, Alex. You sent me photos of the progress and it looks very tasty. So that winding was just broken by the previous person's fucking around, was it? Try and find a photo. See, the problem with replying to an email is almost every time you reply, you get a reply. Then you got to reply to that email. And message. And phone call. And Facebook message. And SMS. And email. And person walking in. Anyway, I'll stop whinging. Will I stop whinging though? That is the question. So, yeah, was it a recall? Or are they doing the typical corporate bullshit and just pretending it's not a problem until everything's out of warranty? .52 ohms across each side of the OT, 102 total. 50 on one side, 52 on the other. There appears to be no short, so let's just give it the full belt and see what fucking happens, eh? Voltage is where all the voltages should be. We've got snozberries that taste like snozberries. Click. 230 watts. That seems suspiciously low. What's the heaters doing? Yep. 110 millivolt. 110 millivolt. So we've got no heater supply. Oh, no. Helps if you plug in your fucking multimeter lead, doesn't it? Still. What? Oh, yeah. I can see it now with the naked eye. But I've got a customer. I'll show you in a second. I can see what's going on, champions. This will be the easiest fix all year. I'll show you now. Fuck it. No, I won't. Hey, mate. How are you? So yeah, heater connector. Oh, that's really loose. Loosey goosey.
That's nailed it. I like it.
Feels good.
Wow, that's got a lot of wash, that reverb.
Sounds like. All these connectors are really loose. I think I have to go through and tension them all. In the meantime, we'll just see that everything else works alright. I think it should. What kind of current are we drawing in standby now? 106, 95, 89, 85, 83 watts. That's more like it. $78 watts. Okie dokie. $119 watts, that's what I'd expect. High gain input, master's cranked. Did you want to come and have a go through the Steve Morse Engle over here? It's a bit of a beast. We're live streaming, are you happy with that? Yeah? You're a show pony? Come around and plug in.
Oh, hang on. What's that one?
This is the Steve Morse Engle.
Steve Morse?
Yeah.
Holy shit balls.
Say hi, Joe.
Hey guys, how you doing?
He's just got his buddy $1 million Music Man set up.
Didn't pay $1 million for it.
All right. Let's plug in with that bad boy. It's like a bit of a... Just give the lead a jiggle.
Sorry?
Just give the lead a bit of a jiggle. Yeah, I think it was just intermittent grounding there. Sweet. Stupid quiet when the volume's down. Not a lot of self noise, so
No, there's no noise at all.
Yeah,
Well, I can't hear it. My hearing's shot anyway.
they can design a preamp. Yeah, fucking complex though.
What, are they,
It's like microcontroller over here. It's all MIDI controlled. You can write and copy the MIDI presets and all that shit. So, yeah, she's a bit of a beast, but
are they a bit better built than Boogies though?
I reckon so. I've already, like, because I criticise everything because I'm a stuck-up dickhead, I've already found stuff that I'm not super happy with, but having said that, they don't catch on fire like Mesa Boogie, so, yeah, sounds apart.
Mine almost did.
Yeah, yours did. Yours was the one where the caps exploded and shit, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, someone, like the guy I got it from, had sprayed.
Yeah,
Did they spray?
that's right.
Well, I haven't touched it, and I just all I know the thing was harking.
Yep, sure was. Because you saw the sparks through the front, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the Simul Class 290 guys where I had the capacitor cans were like, looked like chlorine had been poured on them or something. That was...
I don't know. It stunk like piss and then it smelled like vomit.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I forgot the smell. You're giving me PTSD just talking about it. But yeah, I just found out what was wrong with that just as you walked in, so that was good being able to test it with a high gain.
That sounds freaking amazing.
Yeah, I don't know what they're worth. I imagine they'd be pretty well up there though.
Stupid.
Yeah,
The front on,
as soon as it's a signature as well.
Plugged into an Engle, but
Yeah, the power balls are good. The problem is they've got the chrome front panel, and the silk screen just comes off them. It just wears off, and you can't read them after a while. This is the go, the anodized with the laser etching. Actually, I think that's silk screen. But yeah, that's way better. I'd be inclined to get this model just for that, because the stupid chrome front panels. You not only can you not read them because it's black silk screen on mirror, but they wear off. So yeah. Anyway.
I think it looks nicely built.
Yeah, it's well executed. Just the circuit board design I'm not super happy with. So you can see there how thin the traces are.
Oh yeah.
That's actually carrying your HT to your output transformer. And just the clearances, like stuff's really close together that doesn't need to be. So there's that, but you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda, eh?
If they do a stereo one.
Stereo. There's always something else, isn't there?
Well, you know what? No one does it.
It's only got 4 channels and 4 master volumes and a noise gate and MIDI control, but no, it's got to have all that times 2.
I keep that shit. It's like someone should just make a stereo head.
Well, you know what they should do, and I've been thinking about doing this. Make a high gain head, mono effects send, stereo effects return, stereo output stage. If you don't run it in stereo, it just defaults to mono, but at least the effects return is stereo that way. And if you only plug into one output, so you've only got one speaker, it just cuts the cathode to the other power amp, and it just doesn't turn on. So that's maybe what I'll work on in the
Makes
future.
perfect sense, man. Like,
Yeah, in just a head format, so you can just sit it on top of a Marshall.
like I do run stereo effects, and that's why I've stuck with the preamps and the power amps and stuff
That's right.
like that. But
Possibly a rack mount one would be a good idea too.
I spent enough on the 290.
Yeah. Well, I guess when you get to a certain level of complexity, people just go with a rack setup, you know? I mean, it was a bit uncool in the 2000s, 2010s maybe, but now everyone's going back to racks because it's just easier.
Well, they tend to be, but like, yeah, like you got little things like now, like that, even for the high end stuff, that Eventide, that
Yeah.
H90.
Yeah, they're cool. I had another customer with one of them just the other day, yeah. They're good while they last.
Well, last, but they're not overly reliable or something, are they?
Oh, just basically because they're so complex and digital and proprietary parts, that they'll only manufacture the boards for a certain amount of time, so they'll have a certain lifespan. Whereas valve amps, they're made out of jelly bean parts, so as long as you can get the valves, you're pretty well set. You can rewind the transformers if something goes wrong. There's pretty much always something you can do. Whereas with the modelling stuff, once the processor board's dead or gets a beer poured on it or whatever, if it's not a current model, even if it is a current model, half the time they just don't help you. Like, just buy another one, mate. So it kind of sucks. But or the other thing they do is, oh yeah, you can buy that main board. Costs $469 and a new unit's $520. It's like, oh, thanks, mate.
It's like buying a printer.
Yeah,
The printer's cheaper than the freaking
that's right. The toner, that's how they get you. Yeah, it's like the shaver, inserts, the whole lot. So
That
that's
sounds killer. I'm
yeah,
really impressed with the
bit of a
sound.
beast, isn't it?
Amazing.
100 watter.
Not necessarily you need two of them,
Yeah,
or slave one of them. So
just double that cost. Well, yeah, all you'd need is another power amp, essentially. Just a dumb power amp. You could get away
is it
with.
sort of like based off of a Marshall circuit, or is it?
I've got no idea. We tried looking for the schematic. I couldn't find it. I'd say it's probably closer to an SLO by the sounds of it. Everything's a Soldano if you dig back deep enough. All the messes, all the PVs, they're all a Soldano.
Like he doing modified Marshalls, wasn't he? He sort of like based his.
I don't know.
His own complete design.
I don't know his history if he started out. A lot of these builders started out modding, but I don't imagine he would have just started building straight away. He probably started out modding, but I'm talking way back because he's been around a long time. The old Mike builds hot rods now for his retirement hobby. Just like, yeah, amps aren't expensive enough. You need to.
He did go through the rack stage at one time. You had that
Yeah.
X88. Or
Yeah,
whatever,
I had-
the one that actually had the motorized.
Yeah, oh that thing.
I'm like,
Yeah.
Shitball,
One of my mates just did
It
a.
was MIDI controllable,
Repair on
but like
one,
as you're changing programs on
Yeah.
it, the actual the
knobs
on
turn, yeah.
They were motorised knobs.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's a good example of stuff that won't be replaceable because you're not finding that. Motorised pots. So everyone's saying Alex is saying it's a Messer circuit essentially, so that's probably why you like it. Steve Morse amp is based on the Fireball. So the Fireball and the Powerball were two different models of other ones, so they've got that and just voiced it to Steve's request, so I guess.
No, it feels really good under the fingers. Like it's got that nice, I don't know, like juicy kind of feel. It was like really nice and squishy. It was
It's just the shitty G12T75 under there. It'd sound good with a cream back or something. Yeah. So what else you got for me?
Two Ibanez's.
Two Ibanez's.
Yes.
Alright, let's have a look. Just set up, so...
So the guy...
Ooh, Burley.
Yeah, Burley.
Nice.
But what the issue was like I got that and the guy basically told me he set it up.
Yep.
But he said there was an issue here with the G string. Oh, sorry, with the
Oh, yeah, it's slipping.
with the D. No, it wasn't slipping. What he said is he couldn't get it to intonate properly.
Oh,
and he said it
okay.
was around about the 12th fret. He said there might be some kind of an anomaly with the 12th fret. And I'm like,
Did he try other strings?
well, they're the fresh strings.
You put them on, or he put them
No,
on?
he put them on.
Because what I have had in the past is with fake strings, or even just the occasional dud string, you just can't intone it no matter what you do. And then you just change the string and it's good. So it could be...
I don't know. Well, that's what he said. He goes, I couldn't get it to intonate. That's why it's so far forward.
Let's see how far out it is. I'd say it's just a dud string. Yeah, you just get the occasional string, like literally 1 in a 500, if you're going legit. But if you're getting the copies, it's probably 1 in 10. is just won't intone, or it's dead, no sustain, or it just sounds dull, or it's got a weird pitch to it. And I think what it is the density of the metal is changing across the length of the string, and that's what fucks it up. Oh, hang on, I've got a locking hardware here. Yeah, so she's a bit flat. Yeah, so I reckon probably just new set of strings, man. Because you unknown factors. Do you even know what gauge they are?
I
Or?
don't know. Like, maybe you might be able. I just like maybe check maybe something. It said there might be an anomaly with the fret. Or something.
Yeah,
That's what he was saying.
I don't think so.
Because there's stainless frets on it.
Yep. Yeah, it's a beautiful guitar. So 1.11, 1.12 corresponds to 1. So they're only 44s on there.
9 through 46.
46?
That's what I got.
Because 1.
They're the Diodario.
That should be 1.17 in that case, but it's not.
Or the Ernie Ball hybrid slinkies, whatever.
So that's. Do you reckon, are you 100% that they were legit strings, or?
Mate, I don't know. He got
Yeah.
the strings for me.
Yeah, right.
The guy I got this from told me I'll give him a go. He's all right. I thought,
Yeah.
all right, look, no worries.
Just I'm wondering if you got them from eBay or whatever,
No,
if they
I
might
didn't
be
buy the
fakes.
strings. He got them.
0.25. So they're 44 to 10s. So
What?
yeah. Well, it's got a 44 and it's got a 10. Let's see what the D string is. 0.68. So that's a 27. Yeah, so I think we just got a weird set of strings, man. That's probably, if you just want to put some known factor strings on there.
Well, you've got them.
Yep, and we'll just do a setup. Looks a little high for your tastes.
Yeah, but the thing is, the whole really weird for an Ibanez. The entire profile of the thing's really high.
Yeah,
Because of the way they've set the neck.
yeah, it's because it's got the
It's neck through.
yeah, it's got the recessed bridge, but it's pretty high up. Yeah, it is really high set, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just the geometry of the thing, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty low actually. It's just a bit high on the treble side, so you're actually lower on the bass side. That's 1 0.25 at the 12th, and that's 1.
Well, I haven't touched it since you
Yeah,
gave it back.
and that's 1.5 on the treble. So I usually go the other way around because you tend to dig in on the bass strings a bit more. I have about my standard setup to start with once everything else is done is 1.75 on the bass, 1.5 on the treble. If you can't achieve that, you probably have to look at doing some fret work. If the frets are very nice, you can often go down about 0.25 lower than that before you start having problems if you dig in a bit, depending on the fretboard radius. So everything sort of works together. So I think we can just get away with the restring setup and service on that, and it'll probably sort that intonation issue.
Yep.
Because we're changing the intonation anyway. So yeah, just set up. So just standard tuning on that one, was it?
Yeah, standard tuning.
And just 1046?
9 through 46.
946, right,
Hybrid,
okay.
Like if you got them
Yeah, the
hybrid slinkies.
yep, hybrid slinky or the Elixir.
NYXLs.
Yeah, we've got the NYXLs, yeah.
Yeah, 9
Let me
through
just
46.
write this down before I forget.
Now, if you can get the action the same as you did with the Ernie Ball, that'd be nice.
Yep, no problem. Everyone's getting the Brad's Guitar Garage experience today.
Do these work for the normal Ernie Ball? Like the big one, or just specifically for the VP?
I'm not sure. No, that's the VP. This is the VP and the VPJ,
Yeah,
the
but
junior.
I've got the normal volume pedal, not the VP.
Okay.
Like they're the big fucking.
I'll have to look into it,
ones.
man, because I think they've got various different types. But as far as I know, there was either the VP or the VPJ. Ibanez. So is the other one a Prestige as well?
Sorry?
Is the other one a Prestige as well?
It's a RG550.
Right. All right. I'll write the model numbers down because
That's not a Prestige, that's just a premium.
oh, premium. Sorry, I read that.
Made in
I saw the PR and thought it was Prestige.
Nah, made in Indonesia, mate. I'm not,
Yeah, it's nice though. This laminated neck's all good.
yeah, 7-piece neck, yeah. It's
Yeah.
actually like, yeah, it's not a bad guitar.
I wouldn't kick it out of bed
Got
for
machine
farting.
heads, edge bridge, stainless frets.
Yeah, it's half the battle there with the Steno frets. RG, such memorable model numbers. RGT 1270 PB.
The colour is DTF.
WTF?
DTF. DTF down the fuck, I don't know.
Restring setup and service, standard tuning. EB hybrid. Or Nixel. So it's become a bit more of a just day in the life live stream today. I started streaming, tried to do some diagnosis this morning because normally it's a diagnosis stream. I'll just figure out what's wrong with
So
each
what's the
amp.
issue with the Engle?
It was literally just one of the cables came undone from the power transformer. So it's
Wow.
probably all that's wrong with it. But I'll do it. I'll ask him if he just wants a general service and measurement stuff and bias and all that as well. Just, you know, sort of like the amp equivalent of a restring setup and service.
This one? Just,
Alrighty. Whoa. It's alright, eh?
yeah, it's nice.
Look at the colour. It's almost like one of those Harlequin paints.
It is.
Yeah.
Actually, that's probably one of the best value guitars Ibanez make.
Yeah, right.
Made in Japan. It's actually a proper.
Oh, yeah, the Japanese stuff's great.
It's just like the RG550, and I think I got it for $1,500 brand new.
Nice. So same deal, just restring setup and service.
9,
Yep.
9 through 46.
Yep.
Just basically just a setup.
Yep.
The only thing they did skimp on was the stainless frets on this one. They just got, I think they got this.
Yeah, it's just... Actually, they've got a bit of a gold colour to it. It might just be a bit of corrosion, though. But I'll polish him up for you.
But there's a massive difference. Like the whole setup on this thing is just like it's recessed all
It's
the
a
way
lot
down.
lower,
It's like
yeah.
It's a lot lower.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I wonder why they chose such a pronounced neck. It's got a shim under the nut too.
Has it?
I just saw it in the light there. Yeah, it's got a brass shim.
Okay. Well,
But that looks right though. That's about right.
The other one actually seems a bit high at the nut.
Oh yeah, I'll check over that. I've got the
So
shims
if you
there.
need to mill it down,
Yeah, we could do that. Worst case.
no, well, man, I'm happy for you to do that. Like you got.
I've got the router. It's 1.5 to 1.25. So that's where I like it for shredder guitars. So action wise, that's probably going to stay about the same. But yeah, we'll check the relief on the neck and all of that stuff. Still, yeah, it's got quite a bit of relief, probably 0.5 mil. So we could probably bring that down a little bit. Probably getting a bit of choking past the 12th at the moment. Yeah, hear that?
Yeah.
So that'll sort that out, and we'll bring the action back to where it is, but with a straighter neck. So that'll effectively have, when you're playing past the 12th, it'll be slightly higher, more clearance. So no probs. And same setup, same tuning and everything, eh?
Same setup,
Yep.
same tuning. If you get it in the ballpark of the Kaizen,
Sweet
that'd
as.
be- yeah, if you get it down to 1 mil, that would be even better.
I can do that. When you come in, we'll just have a play and just check that it's how you like it. So cool, man. We'll leave them with us. Just those three, eh?
Oh no, well you've done the Kaizen.
Oh, sorry, just those two.
Just those two.
Yeah. It's my goldfish memory kicking in again.
How long
Kaizen.
those plastic lashes will last, eh?
Oh, I've never seen one break. I see the metal ones fuck up all the time, but generally you got to hit them pretty hard because they're the flight case ones with the
With the
ATF whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a Cole Clark in yesterday where
With the same issues as the maintenance.
yeah, we've had 3 of them today.
Maintenance?
This week? No, Cole Clarks with fucked bridges, but
Yeah.
it's coming into the warmer weather. It's starting to happen already. But one of them, the bloke was I think he was trying to edge it, getting a warranty, but clearly he'd shipped it internationally and it just copped a massive hit on the back and it cracked in the whole side. Yeah, you pretty much need to like road case and then cardboard crate every guitar you take because they just don't give a fuck. And when you see a fragile sticker on it, it's like a challenge for them. So, oh, here we go, fragile. Fucking they throw it twice as hard.
Wow.
Yeah, pain in the ass. It's a shame because he only just got the thing too.
I can't see that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've seen what you've written about them.
Yeah. Look, Cole Clark's better than Maiden because the tops are a bit thicker. But yeah, same issue essentially. They've just cut the soundboard out right where the strength is concentrated. So, what do you do, mate?
All right. Well, I'll leave it to you.
No worries.
Thank you kindly, and we'll see you in due course.
Sweet as, man. Take it easy. Enjoy the Kaizen, and
Love it.
if you-
It's fucking amazing.
yeah, if you want it tweaked at all, just bring it back. We'll go a bit further with it. But yeah,
No, I think it's.
that's probably
pretty
sitting
good.
where you want it now.
The
Yeah.
only thing I might sort of like thinking about is like I'm just like the Steinberger tuners aren't really.
Look into it,
I tune it.
Yeah, they are
And then
touchy.
Sort of like after a couple of days, it's like come back and it's like because the other music bands are like fucking rock solid.
Well, the other thing to bear in mind too is we've had massive fluctuations in temperature as well, so that could be a factor. I mean, it was like what 30 degrees on the weekend, and then it was like what 12 the day
That's
after.
fairly stable. I mean, like the other ones I've got, like the necks have got the stability of a fucking wet noodle. they're terrible. You're always tweaking
Yeah.
the truss rod on the Majesties and stuff like that.
You can have 2 identical necks and one of them's stable and one's not, eh? It's just like the density, the grain direction, the grain run out, everything comes into play. And burl necks are the worst actually. So when you see
Burl
it,
necks.
a really nice, like really heavily bird's-eyed neck, and
Oh, yeah.
because you haven't got that straight constant grain, they look pretty but not fantastic for stability. So
Well, that's fine. Yeah, back in the old days, you never saw those.
Yeah.
necks. It was just like quarter sawn maple.
yep,
And
that's right.
three-piece
Yeah,
maple.
quarter sawn's ideal, but then people argue about whether they sound better or worse and whatever. I don't know.
You're running it through a freaking amp.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, not maybe to an extent.
Yeah.
I can sort of see that, but you're running it through an amp. You're running it through effects and EQs and all that sort of stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Not me, mate. Not me. I just run straight into a deluxe reverb.
Run straight into boogies. But
Yeah.
All right, mate.
Nice, Joe. Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
All right, catch you later.
Have a good one. I've got to remember what I'm doing now. All right, well, the Engle's sorted. I'll give him a quote for a service. Oh, that's heavy. Let's get on to the next one. Let's get some stuff diagnosed today, champions. I am running out of room, though. All right, let's do the JVM, eh? What else have we got that's just completely dickered that I can actually, you know, do what appears to be impressive work to? David Eden, that hasn't come back in yet. We had a David Eden that had a whole bunch of cracked solder joints, but it's still doing something funny. So, yeah, need to look deeper at it. Power light coming and going. What do we got that's completely blown? Come on, job sheets, give it to me. Let's look at the Jubilee, eh? Silver Jubilee. Had no idea about the Cole Clark Bridge problem until I heard it here. Fingers crossed one doesn't fuck up. Well, yeah, it is a thing. I mean, everyone's going to tell you that I'm talking out my ass and it's not an issue, but I mean, it's pretty... Is it just me, or is it pretty intuitive to think that because there's so much shear force there, you don't want to cut out all the soundboard? I don't know. Well, I do know, but I don't know why people argue, is what I'm saying. Air Force banned polyamide Captain insulation for flashover. Really? They banned Captain? Huh. Didn't know that. Are we talking about Teflon wire? Teflon wire is... Oh yeah, Teflon, when it does burn, would be super toxic because it's got fluorine in it. Fluorine? Mike Soldano was a musician and started making himself a guitar, then fixing and modding his amps, then making his own, and it went from there. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch the Tone Talk, Paul, but thanks for the reminder. I should watch that one. Wonder if I'll be on Tone Talk one day. What would I talk about? I'd feel like the biggest fake. So Teflon wire that I buy is from Remington Wire. And you can buy the bulk packs. I'll just show you the one I got. I should have got the heavier gauge one, but this is good for smaller stuff, like mess boogies and whatever. I'm chopping my head off again. There we go. So, Remington Industries, 600 volt PTFE. And it comes in a little assorted box there. It's just got the reels in there. I'm not going to open it up because it's a pain in the ass to put back in. You just pull out the wire as you need it. And if I have any excess, I'll just roll it up, and I've got a little container here that I just put random wire in. If I've got excess bits I've cut off or whatever, cut too much or blah blah blah. And then if I need something just random, I can just dip into that. Waste not, want not, champions. But yeah, these little boxes are fantastic, and you can get them in all different gauges as well. You can literally wrap that around your soldering iron, and it just laughs at you. Champions, champions, what are they feeding you? Got anything weird? Something weird? Is that weird? Let's have a look at a thing. I don't know why I'm doing this, but it's here, so let's do it. Ill-advised repair. So, Oasis. Go from a really nice valve amp to an Oasis RA150 power amp. I guess these were marketed as just like studio monitor speakers. Amplifiers, sorry. Because 150 watts is plenty for the studio. Not so much for a live situation. Burning PVC makes phosgene gas. Phosgene was used as a war gas. Causes pulmonary edema. Maybe that's why I'm coughing, because when we go camping we put all the plastic on the fire. We don't use much plastic, but like all the food wrapper and shit. Nope, still holding on. Okay, no, we've got some folds. You can see some... Hang on one moment, champions. Stop. Take stock. Do things properly, Bradley. You can see down here, it's a little bit of a dent in the chassis. That gives away the fact that there's a little folded piece down there. And that's these two screws. I should brush up on my chemistry. I did study chemistry in high school. I've still got the books there. I've kind of forgotten all valence bands and all that shit. I don't know. Used to be able to draw, write and read chemical equations. Well, looks alright. Ooh, we've got some pretty heavily overheated resistors there for what looks like the low voltage supply. Probably a bit underrated. Zener regulation. Same as, you know, all the fenders. The offenders. What am I going to do this afternoon, champions? I'm left to my own devices. Could go to the church and drop off a cable. And they're probably going to try and suck a bit of labour out of me and plug their shit in and show them how to use it, which is going to be a thing. But then I might go home and I've got guitar shit to do in the workshop. I should get that done before I get onto the boards. I might do the Marshall boards tonight. Just have a loser weekend where I'll just sit by myself. After the last 3 weekends, I kind of need one, to be honest. So, have a look down here. Penny Boy is behaving itself today. Don't worry about that focus. That normally happens. Penny Boy's really come to. Look at that. So 2 overheated resistors down there. Straight away, it just doesn't pass the sniff test. And you can tell it's low voltage regulation because you got 2 dropper resistors there. And right next to it, you got 2 Zeners and you got your 2 input caps. Filter caps. And that pisses off to the front panel. That's the clip and signal protect, signal and clip /protect lights on the front. It's probably still measuring what it should be. It's amazing sometimes how much a resistor can take before it actually changes value or goes open. Unless it's carbon comp, of course. Oop, customer again. $395 ohms. The cap's doing some funny stuff to us there. So it's probably like a 470. Can't read the value anymore. Champions, doing admin. Alright, 20 meter mic cable, copy paste. Copy to draft invoice. Same client. Approve an email. Send email. You have been served. Alright, so this thing will probably work. So let's see if it does. Yeah, he's got a toaster on the bench, yeah. It's been a busy day, Lyle. Now I'm overexposed. So the pot's loose. I want to tighten that up, but that probably hasn't caused any problems because it's got its independent old little... So this thing's almost built like a bit of Japanese hi-fi gear from the era. Not too bad, to be honest. They've got this dinky sort of arrangement where they solder a board. See, it passes through. They put a bit of glue on one side and solder the fuck out of the other side. Questionable, but you know, it's probably fine. I don't think there's no actual connection between those boards. It's purely mechanical because you've got the connectors here. It may have a voltage rail. Yeah, okay, so it's got like one of the 15 volt rails, one of the 15 volt rails, and ground. So that's supplying the power, and then you got the signal coming in through there. Where's it go though? Oh, it's probably the protection circuitry. No? It's a mystery. Must be a header on the other side maybe. Let me have a look. Maybe it's more than just power connecting through. Yeah, there is a few lines. It's hard to see. Oh yeah, there's like 3 or 4 fingers on each little tab connecting things. Pork chops. Yeah, boy. Man, we had some Wagyu. I told you about that. I'll just show you the video if I can without doxing myself. Yeah, because the camera shit itself. We've only got footage up to a certain point, and then it sort of cuts out. From the 4-wheel drive trip, I mean. What the hell? Sorry, just looking at stuff my mates are sharing. So let's download where everything turned to shit. How about we do that? Actually, I can just show you. Jason's at a whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Is that alright? The zoom's good on this thing. Don't mind me. It's just all our fucking food in the back. Too soon. And clothes and bedding and tent. Big Mick.
Just a log.
Great times, classic hits. Anyway, it's done now. But you know what? After that happened, we did this and it made everything okay again.
Yeah. Shut up and eat it.
Fuck yeah.
Stop asking questions. Put it in your mouth hole. Oof. What are you after? You want a little can? Where'd that go?
Put on the charcoal. Yeah, boy. It's good stuff. So that sort of made up for it. Here in Memphis, fried means dredged in flour, spices, and deep fried. Oh, that's what it should mean. I think fried over here, yeah, generally means like some kind of coating, be it batter or like, yeah, crumbed. And then just dipped in, yeah, deep fry. Don't let customers see, they'll think it's all you do. What? Go on holidays. Go camping. Yeah. Customer again. Grilling meat instead of fixing my amp. Yeah. Alright, it's 12:59. We've got 1 hour and then we shut. Let's just tighten these pots. Let's fire it up without a load, give it some signal and see what the output stage does. Because often when people say needs service, that could mean anything from it's caught fire to it's not powering on to it's producing horrible sounds or smoke. Could mean anything in customer language. Alright, what input have we got? RCA or balanced? Sweet ass, bro. Now, before I connect it to anything, I want to establish that there is no DC offset. And check the rails balancing and... have I missed much in the last 5 hours? Not really. Mainly been serving customers since we opened. So a little bit boring, I'll admit. It's gone into protect, come out of protect. We got signal, we got signal. DC offset of 0 volts, that's good. And 1 millivolt, and that's good. Quiescent current draw of 55 watts. Alright, it's just next door. Carry on. So let's have a look on the scope. See what she produces. Which is easier said than done. I need to get my other cables. I'm just gonna just go for a wee wee. I'll be back in a moment. I wonder what time the lunch shop's open till. Good night, Lyle. Sweet dreams, champion. Damn time zones. Closed. Damn. 1 p.m. Ah, 3 minutes past. Fuck. Could have got a schnitty. Oh well. Guess it's air for me. Australians normally eat lamb chops instead of pork. Yeah, we eat both. Had really good roast beef. Roast beef, you need to have it a bit rare. You can't have dry roast beef. It's fucking horrible. It's hard to get it bang on, but with the thermometer, usually they've got like a rare beef setting. You've got like a well done and rare beef range. Alright, these leads long enough. Just about. I'll power it down so I don't short anything out. That would be sad. That would make me sad. Oh, let's get the longer lead, eh? You just had brisket. Man, Mark, do you eat anything but brisket? every time I see you, you're posting about the brisket you're cooking or eating. I must admit, I've got a freezer full of cooked brisket. I need to, maybe I'll eat that tonight. Yeah, I'll get some broccolini, cook it in the pan with my beef bacon, which is what I call brisket. I like brisket. I know some people don't and they think it's cringy, but I don't care. It's my mouth, champion. It's my mouth, and I'll eat what I want to. Eight ohm load per channel. Keep thinking I'm smelling smoke, but you know what it is? This is my camera bag. It got soaked in the river, so I sat it by the fire to dry. Now it smells like bush. It smells like campfire. Kind of nice. Grab my other multimeter probe because it's a just pulling muscle in my fucking shoulder. Ugh, that felt weird. At the age now where everything falls apart. I'm just waiting for the day I'll throw them back out and just have problems forever. Like everyone else seems to. Right, just chuck the second probe onto the channel 2. We've got the Tektronix 2236 up here. Up in my bench hole. Alright. DC coupling. Just to see if anything goes funky under load. Set it to ground, set my center trace. Channel 1 triggering. Yep. Let's go for it. Sine wave 1K. Output level. Probably want to be higher for line level. Position that one up a bit. My horizontal position's all fucked up. Alabama shakes. Does it? Ooh. Hello. Have we got no signal on one side? No, no, just on my dumbass. Okay, never mind. Oh, fucking soldering on, Jesus. Okay, that's my signal generator being shit. I've fixed it like 6 times and it's still fucked. This is causing triggering issues that light often does. Alright, we're good. Why isn't the multimeter working? Oh, because it's set to DC volts. There we go. It's putting out 3.5 volts per channel. Happy days, only drawing 57 watts. Keep going. Hitting the wall, both channels equally at 23 volts into 8 ohms. So what's that? 23 squared divided by 8. 66 watts per channel. It's 150 watt on the front panel. Say anything on the back? Let's look up the specs. In the meantime, I'll just run it at, say, 10 volts. See if the thing overheats. A Class AB amplifiers are least efficient at 1/3 their output, roughly. So that's where you heat test them. Make sure that they're thermally capable of dealing with that. Generally, they'll be fine. Feeling a little bit of warmth there. It is drawing 50 watts quiescent. Damn, human error impacts all my equipment. Yeah. That's one thing you can't account for. AEST RA150. Did they make a 100 too, Lou? Let's look up the schematic service manual specs. Hey? Do I need to log in again? Let's just Google the specs, eh? AEST RA150 specs. 8 ohms per channel, 45 watts RMS. So she's actually punching above her weight, 66 watts RMS. So into 4 ohms per channel, 75 watts RMS. That level's fluctuating, but that's my shitty fucking BK precision. Let's go back to the good old BWD, which never lets me down. Built in the 60s and it's still kicking. 70s probably. Oh, a bit much level there. Solid as a rock. I've got to figure out where that loose connection is in the 4017A. I think it's a one of the. Let's turn that back on. I think it's one of the IDC headers. Seems to be working fine. A little bit of crackling there with the volume knobs, but nothing too hectic. So yeah, I'll probably just replace those overheated resistors in the low voltage supply. Let's see what they're pumping out. We've got 40 volts input and 16 volts output. So I wonder what year this thing was made. No idea, not enough info. But point being, it's old and it still works. And it doesn't have a fan, which is exactly what you want in the studio. Does name AEST advocate incest? What? Alright, well, I'll quote to just replace that pair of resistors with some high power ones and just give her a service, clean the pots, check all the voltages and quiescent currents, adjust if required. Yeah, there's some trim pots down there. I'll figure out where they are in the circuit and adjust them accordingly if required. So that's good. Another one that's not dead. Actually, while I've got it up, I'll give it a bit of percussive How's Your Father? From 1997, wow. It looks 90s. Just the front panel looks 90s. Looks 90s as fuck. Just check the relay's good. It does have a protection relay, which is nice. Back when, you know, you could get affordable shit and it was actually built nice. So you're almost better off getting one of these old buggers instead of buying something new. Like, I'd happily have this in my studio, powering my passive monitors. So he's got this and a pair of NS10s, which I've got to do a sweep to, and Dad's got his ARTA system around. I could probably do it myself. I just got to download the software and figure it out, and get a measurement microphone. I think Audio Technica do one, but it ain't cheap. Where's my chat gone? It's gone away. Chat's disappeared. What's up with that? Chat. Hello, chat? Why no chat? Are you guys still there? Weird. I think the YouTube app just shit itself on my phone. Yeah, he's still there. Sweet. Oh no, it's back now. I just had to shut the YouTube app. The chat box just disappeared for some reason. Anyway, so it's getting pretty warm now. It's drawing 119 watts to produce 10 volts RMS per channel into 8 ohms, so 10 squared divided by 8, 12.5 watts. So multiplied by 2, it's producing 25 watts and it's drawing 120 almost. So that's what I'm saying about the efficiency. When we crank that right up, it's hitting the wall, it's clipping evenly on both sides, and we're drawing 220 watts. So let's write this down, hang on. Where's my pen? So it's producing 25 watts from 120 draw, say, round it up. Or it's producing 23. $66 per side times 2 is 132. 132 at 220. So it's 20% efficient at 25 watts total, 12.5 watts per side. And it's 60% efficient at full power. So there you go, champions. It's literally 3 times as efficient at full power than at fuck all power. Can anyone recommend a good book on switch mode power supplies, charge pumps, etc.? Ooh, there's a bit of it in Art of Electronics, but they don't deep dive. I'd assume that there's specialised books just dealing with it. Probably initially, Seth, just go to Rod Elliott's page. He's got some amazing articles on that stuff. Just go look up Elliott Sound Products and check out his articles on it. He's got heaps and power supplies and stuff. LED drivers and charge pumps and voltage converters and all sorts of cool stuff, because Rod is the man. I'm going to stream for a full day today. Have I ever done that before? I don't know. I'll just put them in a bag. I'm starting to feel really weak, hungry though, so I better eat something soon. So, not like I'm fading away, but we didn't really eat much yesterday. We had like a Metz plate, or however you pronounce it. I don't know. Fucking couple of bits of hummus and bread and falafel, vegetarian, between us, Shell and I, and that was it. So I should probably eat something, or I might faint and touch something that's live. But in the meantime, what else have we got to suss out? Let's have a look at the JV. Oh no, I was looking at the I was going to look at the. See, I can't even remember words. This is when you know you got to eat. You can't remember words. I was going to look at the Silver Jubilee, wasn't I? Talked about it and didn't do it. Normally I'm a doer, not a gunner. Rectoplasm. What a name of a band. Love it. Wrecked whose plasm? I got a comment on my Marshall Super Bass video. It was really depressing the way he worded it. He just said in a single sentence, "There's never going to be a part 2, is there?" Like, yes, there is. Just if people stop fucking bringing me urgent repairs, I'll have time to do it, won't I? Lace's stuff was okay. Tech support and customer service were non-existent, but the gear was okay. I've had their studio monitors in and they weren't too bad either. Pretty well built. Pretty well engineered. Got a feeling, yeah, the engineers must have been Japanese, because everything they did was just really had Japanese vibes. If that means anything at all. I guess it just felt like 70s and 80s stereo equipment to a degree. Am I doing that the right way? I'm off like a bride's nighty. See you, Alex. Enjoy being productive instead of watching me talk shit and spin my wheels all day like I always do. Yeah, it's getting to the time where everyone's going to be checking out for the night. Still got 63 viewers, though. You're hanging on. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I probably don't say that enough. Otherwise, it's just me standing here talking to myself. As funny as that would be, not very entertaining in the long term. Tolex is peeling up a little bit. Let's just fire it up because there was no reported sound issues. It was just, pardon me, the pilot light kicking in and out. Speaker's plugged in. Is this thing all it's cracked up to be? Okay, so the neon in the rocker switch is fucked. Looks like everything else is working, however. Drawing 50 watts. 38 in standby. Oh, that's low power mode. 38 in standby. 78 in play. Oh, yeah, seems about right, I guess. I suppose I should make some videos for the rest of the day, but I could be here till fucking midnight doing that. I like it. Sounds good. Fuck, I'm rough. I just want to turn this thing right up, but I know it's going to clip out the mic because it's one of those amps that begs to be turned up. I think it would sound really nice. Let's mic it up. Fuck it. Why not, eh? We'll go out with a bang. Got the mic right here. May as well. It's just caught on my blown valve box. Jesus. Does the mic stand even long enough? Oh yeah, there we go. Alright. Bit off axis. Parallel to the axis, but off axis. About where the dust cap and the cone meet. Ish. And about 10 mil from the grill cloth. See how that sounds. You tell me. Clipping. It's not clipping on my mic preamp, but I think OBS has a bit of a 5 dB window. Just let me know if it's clipping, would ya? Hey, Freebird! I don't even know it. Yeah, this is the Silver Jubilee 2525C. Fucking awesome, man. Let's have a look at the guts, eh? I'm got a new little burst of energy after playing that. So this is the V11 set from JJ's with a single coil bridge pickup, about as close as you're ever going to get to a humbucker. It's overwound and it's got a steel plate behind it, similar to a telly. So that's a V11 set. He's done the V12, which I think takes it a bit further. He's used slightly lighter gauge wire on the humbucker to get those coils on, but it sounds really almost humbuckery, but a little bit more detail in the upper mid-range. Yeah, I like it. Can you tell? It's got diode clipping and all that, but I couldn't really give a fuck. It sounds good. That was a bastardized version of a Powderfinger song I really like called Oipic. Their wordplay on epic, I think, because it's an epic song. String section and all. You know your rock band's finally made it when they've got a string section on a song. Usually can only afford one per album, but... It's a Brad Webb band call. They want their streaming royalties. Gotta get the repertoire up, lads. Yeah, I really like the sound of that. It's got a greenback in it. Let's see what the guts are like. We're changing the switch anyway because the pilot light's gone. We could probably change the... You can sometimes dismantle them and change the... well, here's one I prepared earlier. Dismantle them and change the little... friggin... Hang on. Sometimes they've got a neon, sometimes they've just got an LED with two resistors in series with them. That's one I prepared earlier. Sometimes you can get in there and change it out, but yeah, spring and contacts and shit fly everywhere when you take them apart, so it's easy to just replace the switch with a higher quality one. It's probably not harder to have higher quality than the stock one. I'll have to listen back to that and see what it sounded like. See how out of tune my guitar was. I'm a shit player, but it's fucking... doesn't mean it's not fun. You get these guys, oh, you fucking can't play for shit. It's like, yeah, well, no one gives a fuck how good you can play because you're a cockhead. So, you know. I'd rather be a mediocre player that's not a cockhead than a fantastic Yingwei fuckwit. Yngwie McFucktard. Alright, we've got the little annoying Marshall grommet that the cable goes through, so you can't take it out unless you undo the spade connectors, but that's right. Interesting Tolexing technique. Just slash it with the blade until it fits. The original Marshall branded valves, which appear to be JJ's. Good, good, good. It's got the Vietnamese transformers, neither here nor there. They're not overheating from what I was just doing then. They feel pretty pretty cool. Yeah, you can tell the preamp valves are JJ's as well because they've got the little, like, I guess it's sandblasting etching on it with the label. Don't know how they do that. Maybe laser. Might be a laser ablated. I mean, the tuning probably left something to be desired. Yeah, it did. Definitely. I do have a good ear for tuning, but I don't have good patience for tuning when I'm just testing an amp. So I should always make sure I tune up beforehand. But when I'm playing, I tend to just bend the strings to compensate for the bad tuning. When I can. But I hit it too hard. They're only 9s on that. So if you're going to play like that, like a fucking Neanderthal, you kind of need 10s on there at least. I mean, I grew up listening to bands like Motorhead and shit, where it was all about dirty, ugly, messy rock and roll, not playing like a fucking virtuoso. So I just always thought that shit was a little bit pretentious. But, you know, I do like Dream Theater, and hearing Joe play those Dream Theater licks earlier on the Kaizen makes me think I should sit down and get some of the Petrucci shit happening too. But Petrucci's different because he's a virtuoso player, but he's also a fucking legend. So, like, he's a cool guy. Alright, I've got a bit of Tolex departure, so I'll stick that back down. It's still sticky, but it's like it's like gooey, not hold-on-y sticky, if you know what I mean. It's funny lacquer that they got on these. It's like it didn't take. What year is this? We have a date 2022. Oh, this is one of the cool ones with the black board and the good pots. So I've seen the 100-watt version of this, whatever it is, the something 2555X, and I didn't mind it. I thought it was good. Through-hole plated, reasonably well thought out boards. It's hard to see on the black boards, but maybe I can zoom in and show you. They've got good margins, even on the preamp power nodes. Yeah, you can sort of make that out. Let me zoom in. Oop, too far. What movie was that where they're zooming in and then it goes dunk against his head? So you can see around here, that's the supply nodes. They're the droppers. You can actually, that's probably not a supply node. That's something else, perhaps. But there's a large margin around the HT. And there. Actually, that's a bit odd. I think they might have fucked up their net classes there, because you can see that's got a big margin there. 220. Oh, that's a 220K. So that is probably a plate load. Yeah, that makes sense because you've got 100, 100, 100, 220. Could be a plate load or the cathode follower. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the schematic, but yeah, I'd say that's probably a plate load for the second channel because higher gain 220. Sort of stuff for soldering, kinda, but you got to remember it's a through-plated board, so sometimes, although the solder doesn't form a bead on the top face, it doesn't quite matter. So yeah, that probably should have had a big margin there as well, but it didn't on that end for some reason, but it did on that end. So maybe they've given the HT nodes a net class in order to maintain that clearance, but not the actual plates themselves. Yeah, and you can see that over here, same deal. So although you got the current limiting of those plate loads if anything goes wrong, you can see here that the net class of the actual plates doesn't have a margin. So kind of defeats the purpose, especially if you turn it on with standby switched off. So you engaged in play mode when you first turn it on, the valves are cold, the voltages up here can shoot up. You've got 350 volt caps up here, 400 volt intermediate around the phase inverter, and then the main ones 400 volts, 350. So this is me just sussing it out. I might have a look at the schematic in a moment. So yeah, the other thing is, although your caps can be surge rated, so they can deal with slight over voltage for a short period of time. When you first turn this thing on, if it was not in standby, these would cop the full unloaded B plus because there's no current draw. So when there's no current draw, the droppers won't have any drop. They'll just supply the full voltage all the way to the first cap, which is only a 350 volt rated. So they may get over their voltage rating initially. I like to build amps with caps all the way through rated at the full B plus for that reason, if you've got a standby. If you've got a rectified amp, it's probably not the end of the world because your rectifier is going to take a sec to heat up as well, even if it is a quick heating one. But what if someone puts a solid state rectifier in the rectifier valve socket? You got to think of everything because there's always someone out there waiting to fuck up your device by doing something silly, and you've got to be one step ahead of them. So I've got 1K screen grids, that's good. Pair of EL34s. Looks like we've got 1 ohm cathode current sense resistors. We've got a 150 ohm. So if it's 25 watt, We must be running cathode biased because you got a 150 ohm resistor there. Neither here nor there, but I just wonder how hot the bias is because we're only drawing about 70 watts out of the wall, so it might be another case that they've got it biased cold as a crab, a bit like a DSL 20 or whatever they were, an Origin 20. I mean, it still sounds okay, and you just thought fuck out of it anyway, but you get some crossover there on the clean channel. We've got a little solder barrel melt there in that film cap. Not real crash hot, looks like it's from the factory. See that there? Taking a fillet out of it. So someone's come in and touched up one of these solder joints by hand. Probably that one there because it's bulbous. Because sometimes the wave soldering doesn't get everything. And they come through and visually assess it and touch up what they need to by hand. But in the process, the soldering barrels hit that film cap. It hasn't gone through to the film. So that's probably why it's fine. But I've seen them where, yeah, you got no signal and then you open it up and someone's just melted the shit out of a film cap and it's gone all the way through to the film and just shorted it out or whatever and throwing the bias to the next stage off. I've even seen the bodies of the relays get melted by the solder barrel so much so that you can see the mechanism inside and meshes. Some of the was it dual rectifiers that have about 50 relays in them. Just asking for something to go wrong. Alright, anyway, it was cool to look up at skirt, but in the meantime, I've just got to change that switch, so I'll check that I've got any in stock. And then I think we'll call it quits for the day, champions, because I've got a lot of work to do without you watching. So what I've got to do is fire up this test board here. And then see if anything's wrong. Now, if there's anything dramatically wrong, it will be quite embarrassing, so I might do that off screen. Next thing is we need one that looks visually the same. So these ones have got like a angled bezel, which may or may not be acceptable. A bit bigger too. Yeah, I need to get some lunch. True. Thanks, Mum. No, not video. That'll do. Alex is back. Just couldn't stay away, could you, mate? Oh, they got color coded. Taking photos and they've got color coded heat shrink. Silly duffer. Shut up, stomach. I'll feed you soon. I really should eat something before I go to the church and plug in the stuff because I don't want my patients getting tested when I mean, you guys have seen the average church PA system. It's usually put together out of well-meaning volunteers, but they don't really have the skill or knowledge to do what they say they do, but they like to feel like they're helping out. So as a result, you get these systems that are just absolute hodgepodge, false economy. You know the deal. You know the deal. Come on, Switch. Come out. You know you want to. I got 475 turns to go. You try winding pickups. 475, you're not even a tenth of the way in yet. Oh, come on. Pull out the big guns. channel locks. Actual channel locks. I don't like cheap tools, me. Oh, come on, guys. Another millimeter would have been nice. Gotcha. Maybe I don't. There it is. So the same size body, but the bezels are different. I don't think he's going to like having two different bezels, so I might look at replacing the light on this one. It's just the lamp, it's not the contacts that are bugging. Be cool to hand wire a transformer. I don't know. I can think of better things to do. That's why I let Alex do it. He's rewinding a 1964 Vox AC30 transformer for me, a Woden, as we speak. Oh yeah, that's what I was afraid of. All the bits go everywhere. So that looks identical to this one. Yeah. Shitty little LED. I don't like those lamps, switches. I think I want to get some high quality ones, because that looks really pussy. So what's blown? Is it the LED or is it the resistors? LED's open circuit. $268K resistors. Okay, whole lot of parts. It's not that different, but it is larger. Got a 68 Vox Cambridge solid state transformer that needs TLC. Wish you're in US. What are the Vox Cambridges worth? Are they worth repairing? So you've got a counter on your winder, don't you, Alex? Have you made one? I built one years ago with an LED. It looked like the computer out of the DeLorean. I love a big LED display. Ever since I watched that for the first time. I suppose I could put a, if it fits, I could put a neon in its place. Yeah, you got a counter. Okay, cool. Good, so you should. Cigarette case. So these switches look like the same manufacturer. They're like identical. Are they? This one's actually got, Yeah. So this must have been out of another Marshall, I reckon. Yeah, same brand. All the same markings. That was only replaced a couple of months ago. I forget what amp it was out of. The wire gauge depends on what the winding is there, Joe, sorry. If it's a heater, it'll be big heavy stuff. If it's HT, Alex could shed more light on the actual gauges, but it depends on the current, required current. Nah, saying? A Japanese cigarette case. Bring a mirror to my face. Let all my memories be gone. Alright, I'm going to leave it here, champions, because it's just clicked over 2 and I'm starving, Marvin. So have a good one. It's been a long one. I feel like it's been just as purposeful as pretty much everything I've done in the last month. Kind of useless and ill-advised and not profitable. But, you know, it is what it is. Getting overwhelmed a little bit at the moment, and it's hard to be efficient when you're overwhelmed. So, yeah. Anyway, I need to put the blinkers on and focus. So I'm going to piss off, get some food, and yeah, you have a good weekend. If you get one, I probably won't. See you next weekend. I'll hopefully get some videos done through the week. I've got to get back into it now. Things are starting to stabilise again, personal life-wise. And get those bloody Marshall boards finished and ordered. That's up there in the priorities, but keeping people happy with repairs is too. So take it easy, legends. Have a good one. See you on the next whatever I do sing. Still streaming. Well, Lucas, I'm just leaving now. Take it easy, legends. See ya.